today, as we sit here, is our ability to earn an income.
Yeah.
Whether that be through financial advice, athleticism, sportswoman, that is your greatest asset in life today. And we protect that last.
Sure.
And so if I asked any of you, how are you protecting your greatest asset without putting you on the spot? Just that whole statement and that question mark leaves one pondering, right? And then you go, how have I professionally mastered? Just think about that. Personal mastery is the easy part. It's now to translate that message to the professional mastery.
Yeah.
And because I'm a professional athlete, the same things apply to me as a businesswoman,
Yeah.
to these folk out here. What are the basics and the fundamentals that need to be in place? Right? And so if you protected your greatest asset, it is your ability to continue to be financially protected when injury comes. So I'm not an athlete, but I did have 2 bad injuries. However, income protection is one of those things that is so overlooked. And we wait for the organizations, the associations, the bodies, the sporting fraternity to protect us.
Yeah.
So we don't take charge. We take charge of the mindset,
Yeah.
to lean into what you're saying. We take charge of the tenacity, of the discipline, of the determination.
Yeah.
And again, there's a mismatch. And so I'm going, if I were your mirror, where's the match in terms of that tenacity and that discipline to protect this greatest asset? Because you're at higher risk for injury, aren't you?
Yes, we are.
And so just that continuation of being financially okay.
Okay.
Because life happens, and then life happens because you're a sportswoman as well. So that
Yeah.
risk factor is elevated.
What I can say, what happened to me after that, I realized I need to insure myself more, insure my finances.
Now you're speaking my language.
Insure my finances. Taking like hospital plans. Because it's that time that I was off training, I was off work. It's not paid,
Yes,
and I've lost that whole time.
yes,
So if I had a good financial plan in place,
yes.
I would have gained something out of that
If I
time.
had a good financial advisor.
Advice, exactly.
Because that's the thing about advice. It's your personal story. So each of you have this beautiful, powerful story. And so when we advise, we want advice to that story.
Yeah.
It's the determining lens that builds this foundation of who you are,
Yes.
and then protecting the greatest asset.
Yeah.
So important, the financial advisor, right? Because us as athletes, that's where our focus is.
Yes.
That's where we're zoned in.
Yeah.
I'm a specialist on track, specialist on the football field, netball court, and at rowing. You know what I mean? So for us, we can only go by the advice that we are given.
She owns her success.
She owns her success. The masterclass, brought to you by Momentum, is here with practical tools and real strategies to move your money story forward.
How do I handle my finances? Where do I start? What's really important is to figure out why. Why are you feeling anxious about it? Does it come from your past experiences, from your childhood, from the way your parents spoke about money, and really getting to the core of what is this anxiety and how can you tackle that before you think about moving forward?
This is potentially one of the most urgent conversations we need to be having in the country for South African women. It's the conversation about money, but a conversation about intentionality. 68% of women see financial independence as the ultimate marker of success. And in the same breath, at the very same time, 1 in 3 women say that they feel financially secure. And so we can see the discrepancy there.
She owns her success by Momentum. Don't miss out. She owns her success. The masterclass, brought to you by Momentum, is here with practical tools and real strategies to move your money story forward.
I think, ladies, it is so important that we start with the self-awareness. Because when we have self-awareness, it is easier for us to choose a suitor, because we know what suits her, because we know who her is.
I always talk about women as an asset class. I want to unlock their potential so that our chances of winning collectively as Africans is that much more enhanced.
Hashtag she owns her success.
She owns her success by Momentum. Don't miss out.
40, 45, 50. So the number that I never say out loud is 80 million.
And my number actually is 50.
Is 50.
Because it's the number of lives I want to have a positive impact on.
50 is the age that I want to retire.
And my number actually is 50, because I want to just make sure that I'm on a journey to just shed some weight, to be healthy, to make sure that my bone density is correct, so that when I age, I'm able to do the things that I love the most.
The number I don't say out loud is 50. I'm not yet there, but it's the number that society thinks that women is old. I think that that is the perfect number for women to actually refire and reinvent themselves.
Because to me, for the longest time, 40 represents a revolution of sort.
The number I don't often say out loud is 920. When I see the number 920 on my watch, I think you were born then. One time there will be a time at which you have departed, but the moments in between, have you filled it well?
So the number that I never say out loud is 80 million. It will allow me to be available for my kids at all times, 24/7 whenever they need me.
To be 45 years old and to be in a space where freedom is my everyday choice.
7 rhymes with heaven, and I'm in heaven doing this job every day.
For generations, women have been taught to prove their worth through performance and hide the very strengths that make them exceptional. Momentum's 2025 Success Women Want report found that close to 50% of women define success by their compassion, empathy, and intuition, the very soft skills that don't often make it onto a CV. Research shows recruiters still value traditional markers of competence, confidence, assertiveness, experience on paper, over those invisible strengths. We set out to see whether the same woman could be seen differently simply because of how her CV was written. We invited real recruiters and real job seekers. What you're about to see isn't staged. It's what happens when perception meets paper.
How do you usually approach writing your CV? I don't put a lot about myself and my characteristics.
At work, I just focus on doing my job. Ever since I was young, that's what I was told to do at a job. So I've always focused on being just my professional self instead of being me.
For many women, they've been taught to focus on the professional and ignore the qualities that set them apart. On the other side of the table are the recruiters. We wanted to see what stands out to them when reviewing a CV.
So CV is your ticket to your first interview.
You have to capture who you are because your voice is not theirs.
We took each candidate's original CV and used Momentum's AI CV Builder to create a second version, highlighting often overlooked strengths which are unique to women. Each recruiter was given 2 CVs. The task was simple. Choose the candidate that most liked to meet based on the CV they preferred the most.
Maybe this one for me just comes across more personal if they talk about themselves as a human.
It's doing a better job of selling the person.
This person seems like they actually could learn, so I would pick this one.
And so the interviews began. Professional questions, polite answers. We then told them we'd be bringing in the candidate they didn't choose.
Oh, it's the same person, literally.
To their surprise, it was the same woman. The only difference was how she described herself on paper.
You chose this one? Yes, I chose this CV.
Oh my gosh.
Because this one, I saw who you were.
It seems the tide is starting to change.
I do think more and more we're trying to look for people who've got that little something else, because you know, everybody can be a job spec.
I don't think that people are aware of the value of invisible CVs.
This social experiment is a positive sign that women can and should more proudly own the traits that come naturally to them. If you'd like to start including these invisible success codes in your own CV, visit sheownshersuccess.co.za. Momentum, your journey to success.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Knowledge is power. It opens doors for you. Whether it's knowledge of books or knowledge of understanding and living in this world.
Who would have thought I would have actually made it to the Olympics with everything that I faced and everything I've been through?
Growing up in a small township, always being the tallest everywhere I went, I get teased for my height, I get teased for my voice, and the only place where all those things worked for me was sport.
I got involved in an accident. I ended up getting paralyzed from waist going down. My life had totally changed and I was not looking good at all. Even going to the shops, when people look at you, you feel like maybe they're not seeing anything good on me. I just couldn't take that. My name is Sandra Kumalo. I'm a Paralympian rower. I row for South Africa under the para-rowing team. And I'm a mom to 2 beautiful daughters.
My name is Dumisani Chauke. I am the HOD of sport at the Tshwane University of Technology, Ga-Rankuwa campus. I'm a Laureus Sports for Good ambassador, Brand South Africa Play Your Part ambassador, and seasoned administrator, former Spar Proteas assistant coach and former SA netball player.
My name is Andile Lamini. I am a goalkeeper of Mamelodi Sundowns and Banyana, also a football analyst and a professional coach. I am just known as Sticks Andile Lamini, goalkeeper of South Africa national team, which is Banyana and Mamelodi Sundowns.
I'm a Sekande 7-time national champion, Rio Olympian, sports broadcaster, commentator, and just an all-around phenomenal woman. The first thing that I felt when I hit the track at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games was, why are you here? You're a little girl from Riverlea, you know, you just race in South Africa. What are you doing racing against the best in the world? It was such a massive stage that I completely just drowned in that moment. And I just couldn't believe that I was there.
My big break moment was winning WAFCON in 2022. 2022, when we won WAFCON, it changed and opened doors for me.
For the very first time and having to win a silver medal, that was, the most amazing thing. But it didn't really sink that, like, this is what I'm gonna be, and I'm gonna be rowing with the best in the world.
I did not choose sport. I think it chose me. Growing up in a small township of Malamulele in Limpopo, so the town didn't have much, still doesn't have much, so the only thing to do was literally hang around in the streets, keep yourself busy with something else, or play sport. I just had all this energy and I wanted to keep myself busy, and sport became my safe haven.
I think I was 6 or 7. I envisioned myself as one of the superstars playing abroad at the age of 8, 7. Yeah, because I was playing with the boys. I did think that I would make it, but I didn't know how I would make it.
I always like doing these adventures in life. So I was working in the Kruger National Park, and I was learning to be a game ranger. I got involved in a car accident. I ended up getting paralyzed from waist going down. Yeah,
She owns her success. That deserves a round of applause. And I'm thrilled to be your host here once again. Somebody say she's back. We support each other right here at home. She owns her success is Momentum's ongoing movement to empower and equip women with relevant insights and advice on their personal journeys to success. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to have you in the room. And it's going to be an incredible time. It's much more than a hashtag or a campaign. It's a rallying cry who celebrate women who define success on their own terms and do it unapologetically so. I'm excited to be here with you. And I believe that today we're here to challenge barriers, celebrate successes, and encourage women to embrace their achievements with the confidence so that they can all perform to their fullest potential. This year's theme, somebody give me a drum roll. Yep, we're asking an important question. What's your number? I have mine in mind, but let me call out my phenomenal co-host. She's back again. I'm speaking about the incredible Tracy Lang. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes. Hello,
Hello! Baie goed en met u.
Listen here, I have my number. But I'm trying to hold on to it for as long as I can because I want to, you know, I'm the type of person who wants to hear everybody's numbers, then I have my own. So what's your number?
Well, I'm going to do exactly the same because I also think my number might change as the afternoon progresses, and I think that's exactly what's going to happen. But let me say to you that I am so excited to be here. And let me tell you something else. In addition to all our guests here in studio today, we've got our online viewers watching on YouTube and guests joining us from watch parties around the country. Welcome to each and every one of you. Let's give them a warm round of applause, please. Okay, so now we've discussed we probably might change our numbers as the afternoon progresses and then kind of see what happens from there. Do you think anyone else has an idea what the numbers are? Just taking a look, not sure.
I feel like they're doing the same thing as us. And let me tell you what, we're going to catch them out.
Oh, we will, and I'm excited for that. Now, most ambitions don't need more permission. They need more definition. When you know what you are working towards, ambition stops being a wish and it starts becoming a reality. A number gives ambition somewhere to go. It gives you something to build towards. Now, this year, her success has a number. Defined by her and backed by advice.
Let's be honest, ladies. Most people who feel they have not achieved these goals don't fail because of lack of ambition. Contrary to popular belief, they fail because the goals are way too vague. But the more measurable the goal, or the number changes, everything becomes possible. We're that much closer to the big dream. Your personal number is personal, right? But also multi-dimensional. Whether it's your income goal, whether it's your retirement target, whether it's an investment, you know, milestone that you might have, or simply just the freedom to make choices when you want and how you can. Every ambition becomes achievable when we can measure it. If we can name it, then ladies, I believe we can build it. And throughout today, our conversation will explore exactly how to define that number, which gives us clarity, turns ambition into action, and helps us build the future that we uniquely deserve and can work towards.
Now, if success has a number, today is all about finding out what yours is and completely owning it. Now, today's workshop is all about the numbers. And like I said, we are so going to own it. Are you ready for that?
I'm ready for it.
Now we are talking.
Okay, let's get into it.
Now, whether parenthood is part of your plan today, someday, or still something you are considering. The decisions you make today will have a lasting impact. Up first, I like the responses that I'm seeing already. Up first, we'll explore what every woman should know before parenthood in the baby balance sheet.
Yep, and up next, we'll talk about making it to the top. You've reached the top. She's got the RA, she's got the insurance, she's got the investment. But do successful women still feel underserved by their advisors? We unpack this and more.
Is there an advice gap when it comes to supporting successful women on their journeys?
Yes.
That's a very important question. Now, after the break, we'll be joined by 3 more extraordinary women as we unpack the weight of the crown.
Sure. And boy, oh boy, is it a weight. And together, we will also reflect on leadership and defining moments that shaped their successes and also some of their big wins, almost like a big sister advice, telling us, how did you do it so we can do it too.
And that is very important. And then finally, we'll be joined by two more remarkable women whose more than 25-year friendship proves that the right network can influence and impact your net worth in the right way.
Yeah, and we're also in for some exceptional entertainment here today. Yes, that's what I was waiting for, the whoop. The whoop. And of course, if you are joining us online, we're giving away great, amazing prizes. So this afternoon is all about you. All you have to do is stay with us and don't miss a thing.
Now, to everyone sharing this experience with us, wherever you are, remember to use the hashtag #SheOwnsHerSuccess and hashtag #HerSuccessHas a number in your posts, and to follow our conversation on the MomentumZA YouTube channel and social media platforms. You can also check out the hashtag #SheOwnsHerSuccess Resource Center at MomentumZA. So, Rory-san, I think I need to go and do that.
You know, if you move, it means we've officially started.
Oh, I like this.
Are we ready to start?
I think I need to go.
All righty, there you have it, everybody. Tracy's going to be holding it out with our audience live in studio, and of course all our audiences online. Thank you so much for joining us. And now she is the woman behind the thinking, the strategy, and the creative force driving She Owns Her Success. With a career built on turning insights into ideas that shift culture, leads brands, and gets people talking. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the powerhouse behind the series, Executive Head, Momentum Brand Marketing, Kawakazi Mtikadi. Let's give her a round of applause as she comes.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are you feeling? You look good. How about me? Thank you. So I've been thinking a lot about this year's theme, Her Success is a Number. Not because we started planning 6 months ago. Yep, my Nats, Linz, Heather. We started planning this in February, guys. And at first I assumed, I knew what that number was. It's the number that we spend our entire lives chasing. I'm sure you know that. It could be a retirement number. It could be your savings number. It could be the number that you think, okay, now I'm going to be debt-free. Right? Most of the time, when you think about that number, finances are usually involved. Money is usually involved. Because when you think about success, it usually, we think about finances. But then I started thinking about that little girl, Kawekazi, or Umbozi, as my mom fondly called me. The girl who grew up in Alice in the Eastern Cape. And I realized that, that number is not stationed on some pedestal or some podium that you spend your entire life chasing or chancing. Not at all. It's not a new thing. It's not a new goal. It's not a finish line. In fact, when you think about your number, and I think about my own journey as that little girl growing up in Alice, I quickly realized that I've always had a number. The only difference is that my number just kept changing over the years. When I was 6 years old, my parents got divorced. And for me at that time, success really wasn't about money. Success was about making it through another week at boarding school between the ages of 13 and 18 without crying because I was going to miss my mom. And it really was about just pretending that I was okay. Success was really about making friends. Success was finding my place, whether it was auditioning for the drum majorettes or to be part of the netball team. It was really about just being invited to those cool parties in high school. Success was really about just discovering that home isn't a house. Success was really about making sure that people really make you feel like you belong. Back then, my number wasn't linked to any bank account. it was never the days until I could hug my mom again. It was really about the days until I could hug my mom again, because boarding school was not easy. Then I got a little bit older, and success became about making enough money, maybe to buy those new Levi's jeans, which were cool back then. And so I started making these picture frames that you see over there. When I lived in Alice, we lived in the University of Fort Hare, where my mom was a lecturer, and I used to sell those photo frames to the students. So I always had a knack for interior design. Not because I wanted to become an entrepreneur, guys, but because I wanted to prove to myself that I could do something for myself and could help out my mom, and also make sure that I had that extra income just to maybe boost my allowance. Looking back now, you know, the money was never really the point. The confidence was. Yeah, and the belonging was. The little girl who wondered how she was going to fit in, how she was going to make it through boarding school, slowly became the woman who realized that, you know what, I could figure things out by myself. And to me, that was success back then. Then came my 20s. Oh, my 20s showed me flames. Yep. And at the time, I thought success was about getting there first, you know, being the first child to move out of my mom's home, being the first to get a car, maybe, amongst my friends. And the list goes on. The list goes on, and I'm sure you can count your own lists at that time when you're in your 20s. In my early 20s, I spent 2 years in New York, and I was an au pair for a Jewish family. And I remember a lot of people at the time saying to my mother, how can you let her go to New York on her own? And a lot of people thought I was putting my life on hold because I didn't go straight to varsity. I decided to take a gap year. Nyabaz Gabandu and the unsolicited advice and opinions. And here I was thinking at the time, no man, I've got this. You know, I'm going out there to discover who I am, and I'm going out there just to, I don't know, be independent and discover the world. I mean, I was in boarding school since I was 13, so New York just seemed like such a beautiful place to explore. And so I did, and I lived a life that was just so rich and full during that time in New York. And I lived with no regrets, but only the sober realization that sometimes success, in fact, isn't about moving faster or being the first. Success sometimes is having the courage to wander long enough to discover who you're becoming. Then came my 30s. Suddenly, everyone again had a timeline for my life. When are you getting married, Kawe? Ah, guys. When are you going to start a family, Kawe? Because now you are married. As though life really comes with some sort of a checklist. But I'd learned something new by then. And just because something is right for somebody else doesn't really mean it's right for you. You know, you've got your own lane, stick to it. You've got your own pace, stick to your pace, and stick to your goals. So I waited, got married, I built my marriage. My husband and I discovered the world. We traveled a lot together. I grew my career. We built financial security, which is very important before you start a family. And I became the woman that I wanted my daughter Kanya one day to really be proud of. Because success is really not about arriving early. Success is arriving ready. And I became a mom when I was ready. And then my 40s came. Yeah, wow, Linz. Yeah, my 40s came, yeah, and they also showed me flames. Because they asked a question that none of my earlier, chapters and decades had asked me. What if success isn't about adding more? Yeah. What if success really isn't about adding more? So what I do now is to just count, the ordinary Tuesdays where I just chill with my family, spend time with my family at home, and that really is what success is to me. What if success is about really just relaxing. It's about just chilling and just being comfortable with who you are, spending those days at home with your family. Then last year, I turned 46, so I'm 47 now. Yep. And this thing called life, yeah, really became beautifully but painfully full. So last year, I had to help my mom move to a retirement village, which was really quite a journey. I was raising my daughter, who started grade 1 this year. She's 7. I was leading at work, but I was also navigating a lot of resignations at work. And I was really showing up for everyone. And I realized that, I was actually not showing up for myself. And it was written all over because I gained 10 kilograms. Yeah. And the dreaded P, perimenopause, started. Yep. You can all relate, those who are in your 40s. And that really was my 40s. So my 40s really, showed me flames. So the girl who once counted the days until she could, see her mom, not counts, like I said, those ordinary Tuesdays when I'm just relaxing with my family and having a good time. Isn't it funny how life does that sometimes? Hey? It teaches you to count your blessings and count the different things that matter to you, walking your own pace and not really being pressurized to follow what society deems to be successful for women these days. And that's what I said in the beginning. Success has always had a number for all of us, especially for me. And it's just that it's not limited to one number. It keeps changes because as people, we change. Sometimes it's the number of times you've had, the courage to begin again. It's the number of people you love deeply. It's a number of women who have, been on your journey with you, who have encouraged you to do the things that you're most scared to do. The women who lift you as you grow. And sometimes it's just the number of nights you sleep peacefully, knowing that everything else is taken care of, and you just don't need to worry about anything. Or sometimes it's the number of women who are always there by your side. I belong to a stokvel, and I've got lovely women by my side. So the number changes because you change as a person, you change as a woman. So today, over and over again, you're going to be asked, what's your number? And I know that you're going to walk out of here really understanding, maybe what that number and defining what that number is for yourselves. But obviously, those numbers are not cast in stone. So I know that you are going to learn a lot today, and you're going to change, and you're going to reflect, write down lots of notes, follow us on YouTube, go and check again what was said in that masterclass. And I want to ask you something that is equally as important as asking what's your number. What are you actually counting? Because whatever you count does become another number that you chase. In your 20s, it might be your freedom. In your 30s, it might be love. In your 40s, it might be purpose. In your 50s, it might be health. I'm chasing 50. Definitely for me, health is wealth. When you know what counts to you, I think every single financial decision becomes clearer. Every single investment decision has meaning. Every sacrifice has direction. And every piece of advice has somewhere to land. And that's why today really matters. And that's why we've put this entire experience together for you guys as Momentum. Because success is a lifetime of numbers, and you are about to receive the tools, the tips, the tricks, and the advice to build a life around what counts for yourselves. Because the greatest measure of success isn't really reaching the next number. It's having the courage to define it and then redefine it again and again and again. Welcome to season 8. I hope you have a good day.
Come on, can we show her some love one more time? Okay. Now that I've heard her, I'm feeling a little bit guilty about not being clear on my number. But one of the things that I did take out is that I think the number will mean different things at different times. And hopefully we're all feeling that way. Can we give another round of applause for her? All right, ladies, let's put that idea of your number to the test with a quick spot survey for our online audiences. Are you ready? So here's your question. If success has a number, do you know yours? Is it A, yes, I know exactly what it is? Or is it B, I have a rough idea? Or are you like me, no, and that's why I'm here? Tracy, what are the people saying there?
Well, I'm going to wait for the results to come in, but I will run through a few of the comments that have come in during Q's talk. I mean, Phil is saying, listen, I must tell you, my number is constantly changing. I am now on change 45 of 60. Okay. And I can understand that. I think we've all had that, right? Then we've had Gwendolyn saying, I'm in my 30s, and I'm feeling like life is just beginning. Sure. Oh, I love the sound of that.
Did you hear all the 40-year-olds go,
Oh, yes. Because I feel that too. I get it completely. Here's one last one. Danielle says her number changed because she joined. She owns her success. Now that is what we are talking about. Okay, let's take a look at the results. The results are in. 52% are saying no. And that's why I am here today.
Good.
I think that's why many of us are here. Yeah. And we'll keep adding to that as we continue. Over to you.
Sure. A whopping 52%. Let's give it up for all our audience who's sharing their numbers. Listen, the idea here is to own your truth and figure it out as we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move into our very first conversation of the day. Are we ready? Yes. Before the baby names, the nursery, and the first tiny, cute little outfit, there's the conversation we need to have about health, timing, money, and the life that you and I want to build. From the reproductive realities to the choices that shape your journey, starting a family changes more than your life. It changes the numbers too. Do we agree? Yeah. Our decisions about our career, our finances, our family are often more connected than we realize. And often building a career and a family, or even having financial independence, it's neither either or, it's all happening at the same time. Ladies and gentlemen, to help us discuss the baby balance sheet and why parenthood is in fact more than just a financial conversation, please let's welcome Dr. MomentumZA. She is a specialist, she's a gynecologist, and also the founder of We See You, a consultancy connecting medicine, media, and women's health to empower women that they make informed decisions. Can we give her a round of applause and some love as she comes? I want to sing Lady in Red. Ilana Africa Briedenkov is an award-winning broadcaster and founder of South African award-winning Parent and Baby Brunch podcast. She's also a longtime friend of the Momentum brand and the original host of She Owns Her Success. A little bit of a Ali Lili when she comes on. Bring it on. Hi, Mama.
Which way do we go?
She acted shy for 2 seconds and then went right back into character. Welcome, we're so glad you're here. Henri Armour is an executive financial advisor at Momentum Financial Planning and a parent who understands firsthand the importance of planning for life's biggest milestone. She specializes in creating personalized financial strategies that empower women to achieve their long-term goals. Let's welcome her as she comes. Hello. Hey, Henri. Hello, ladies.
Hello, gorgeous.
How are we doing?
Hello.
Are we good?
Great.
Amazing.
Amazing. Hi, everyone.
Hello. I'm excited to be having this conversation. It's probably one of those conversations that it doesn't matter where you come from, how old you are, your background. We all as women can relate to the baby balance sheet. Yeah. I do want us to have more of like an intro I want to get a sense, because I think most women feel pressure to have the right answers. And we have 3 of these amazing women joining us today, our panelists. I want to ask you, what changed when you made the parenthood decision? Did it change your career? Did it change your finances? I'll start with you, Dr. Pumea.
Oh, changed everything.
Everything?
Changed everything. You know, we're talking about what's your number. I always say mine is 25. That's the age when my daughter, I get to say, go. I would have raised you successfully.
Yeah.
And I can finally have my life. I love her, but
yeah,
everything revolves around... Guys,
I love you, but
you are burning through my pockets.
Yeah.
You know, but there's also that love for your children in the sense that you want to give them the best, which means very often you take a step back and you want to provide for them.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you think about 60% of pregnancies are unplanned, I was like,
60%?
60% are unplanned.
Sure.
I could have planned better.
Oh, you could have planned better.
I could have planned
But
better.
it's still a bundle of joy.
But it's still an amazing...
It's still a bundle of joy.
A very big 16-year-old bundle.
How would you say parenthood influenced just your world? How you were moving, navigating?
I think, and I wish that this was a very long conversation, because parenting will change everything. And for me, parenting changed me for the better.
Okay.
And I had a number. My number was 32. I had this thing set in my mind that if I didn't find Mr. Right at age 32, I had someone in mind who was going to give me this baby.
Okay. Okay.
And what's interesting is that I met my husband, who I've known for a very, very long time, through many different stages. I said, okay, well, it's time to settle. And I am the older parent.
Sure.
And I must tell you, what has changed for me in parenting is I have learned empathy. I have learned compassion. I've learned how to treat people right.
Yeah.
I've learned to make more money.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to come back to that one.
For sure. So I want us to stay curious when it comes to parenting. Because just because it's a difficult decision, we have many difficult decisions in our lives.
That's right.
It's not the only reason why we should delay it.
For you?
So for
What
me, my
changed?
number was 30. I really didn't want children before 30. I wanted to focus on my career, build a business, make sure I'm financially stable before having children. And then I realized once I had my first baby, there will never be enough money. You know, like, there's a lot of people saying we're waiting to have enough money. And I mean, what is that? Like, what's that number? What will be enough? I mean, so my career took a back end. Obviously, I took a step back because I really want to be a mom. I want to be involved. I want to be there. But super career woman as well. So I focused in my 20s on my career to make sure I'm set when by the time I'm 30, I can start having children and be a bit more relaxed and involved at the end of the day.
Let's be truthful, ladies. The delay conversation is a real conversation. Right? And we're delaying for a number of reasons. Career ambition, finances, you know, not feeling ready. And also not feeling ready as a person to take care of another person. Is the delay justified? Are we okay for feeling that way? I'm speaking as a, I want to say a young woman, but I don't know. In my 30s. No, I'm a young woman.
You're a young woman.
I'm a young woman.
Yes.
I'm speaking as a young woman.
A young woman.
In my mid-up 30s. You know, who's looking at my career, who wants to grow, and I'm scared, you know, and it feels like it's a safer place to delay. Are we justified in feeling this way?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. But equally justified if you feel ready in your 20s, in your early 30s. I think one of the things that I often try and just put it out there, every woman is different in what is priority for them, in what is success for them. I think you take it with a pinch of salt from both sides.
Yeah.
Very often in your 20s, you find that you might not be as emotionally and financially ready, and it will absolutely have an impact on maybe your early career. As you get older, above 35, going into your 40s, there are other things we kind of have to consider. Your lifestyle, how healthy you are. You know, I always say you might look absolutely gorgeous on the outside, but your eggs are starting to get a little bit older. So just to have that awareness in terms of what should I do to make sure that by the time I get to a point where I feel ready, I have done the necessary banking. Shall I say?
Banking.
Bank everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. So everybody's justified.
Everybody's justified.
Everyone is justified.
Okay, I really hope that you are watching, and please send through those questions. Our panelists are here to answer them. I want to have the money talk, because all of you, in one way or another, have mentioned the finances to it. I'm going to bring it to you. What is your advice that if I am looking to going into parenthood, or maybe I'm there already and there's a bit of a struggle, what's that one advice you would give to somebody who's planning to start a family?
So I really don't want to talk medical aid, because I think that's something everyone knows needs to be in place. But you would be surprised how many people it's just not in place.
Sure.
Like, I've got clients that will contact me saying, I want some medical aid, what does it cover for pregnancy? So you're asking the right question. The problem is, not a lot of people are aware that you need to be 12 months on any medical aid to skip the non-disclosure investigation in the event that you do fall pregnant. So you don't want that stress. So medical aid is one of the most important things, obviously.
Yeah.
But I must say, so we're having a conversation of having children later, postponing parenthood. Obviously, if you have children later, so late 30s, 40s, you're going to have a retirement eater, like in Afrikaans we say a pensioenetertjie, you know? So,
we're calling it that from now on.
So I would really say, like, for you as a woman, make sure, because obviously you're going to take a step back, be a mom, lose time in your career. Make sure you save for retirement in your 20s, because if you're having children later, you're going to be paying varsity when you're in your 60s, and actually you want to be retiring, right? So the best thing that you have...
You're still gonna pay it either way.
It's the truth.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
It sounds so rough when it's put like that, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
It's the truth. Do we feel like we neglect having those kind of almost overtly truthful conversations about the numbers? You know, we speak in numbers, that it's 60. If I'm going to have children in my 40s, then in my 60s, you know,
Yeah, so 100%. So I think the best thing you have in your 20s is time. That's the best asset that you have. So capitalize on that and make sure you invest. Get your emergency savings in place, your retirement planning, because once you become a mom, the pram is 12,000, yes, but do you know what blueberries cost? I mean, babies, they eat all your money, you know, so you're going to take a step back eventually somewhere on your retirement and on your savings.
Yeah.
So start early, before the children come, and then when the babies are there, you can start doing the family planning and finances and educational planning.
I'm hearing the audience bubble, and the yogurt. And the strawberries. And then there's the new one, the squishies. Are also quite expensive. So definitely something to consider. Ilana, when I grew up, I think it was a way of our parents trying to make sure that we don't have children and make babies. And it was just this idea that children equal money. And everything else doesn't matter. As long as you remember that and stay away, you should be fine in life. But the truth is that children is not just finances. There are other costs: time, career, emotional, psychological. Do you think those are, you know, aspects of parenthood that are often left out of the conversation?
I think any conversation about parenting is a good conversation.
Yeah.
Just to add also what Dr. has said and what Henri has said about delaying and even the money conversations, you know, it's so important to know that we need to take advice from everyone, but just take it as, oh, wow, thank you for your time and for your advice.
Yeah.
Very much.
Thank you.
And then you create your own framework. You create your own framework.
Yeah.
I think our parents did that for us because I've never in conversation met a divorced mom and she said, oh my goodness, the maintenance that my ex is paying is so much.
Love it for me. Yeah.
So growing up, when we realize that someone is a parent and they are wealthy, or there's a wealthy home, it's always something that you've seen from the neighbor. They've got television, you know, we don't. Or
they've got bicycles.
Exactly, they've got bicycles. Did you see that, Dolly? You know, whatever it is. So it's something that we've observed externally. It's never something that you felt in your home going, wow, we are so rich. So I think this race of trying to make sure that everything is so perfect before we conceive. You know, we all need to have fun. Stay curious, stay excited. Ask yourself, what kind of parent would you like to be? Do you want to be a young parent? Do you want to be an older parent? I didn't have the option of just delaying. I just didn't have the right guy.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure that I have, and you know what, thank God I waited for the guy, because even though I'm a fit, very fit older parent, I can still run around and run after the bike, but I've got a solid guy. I had a solid financial plan. I've got a great gynae.
You got the plan.
Because you know what, in parenting, there's going to be a lot of other things that you need to worry about. You don't want to worry about your finances as well.
Sure. Excellent. So put that in place. Put that in place. Tracy, I know that we have those questions coming in. I want to hand over to the audience as well as our online family. What's everybody asking there?
Oh, there are so many questions coming through at the moment. I think I'm going to start with this one because I think this has come in quite a few times. Having babies also means career interruptions. How can these interruptions, whether planned or unexpected, affect long-term earnings and financial security?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, it's deep. Who would like to take that?
I'll start with it. So with anything in life, there'll be career interruptions. It's not just with parenting, yeah?
Yeah.
So I can say this safely, that in any form of job, some employers are hesitant to have mothers. Some are hesitant to employ women because we conceive. So when you do your planning, what is valuable for me and what I've learned from my podcast audience is when you do your financial plan, also have a legal plan. When we get married, we don't just get married to stay married. You have to think, what will happen if I'm not in relationship with this person anymore? Do I have a plan? We think about that before we get married. That's why we have prenups.
Yeah.
Okay? So with your financial plan, you've got your relationship plan. You've got your plan as to who's going to take care of the baby when I go back to work. And within that, you need a work plan. Am I willing to be promoted in my career and then have my baby?
Yeah.
Am I willing to make my own money? Remember, I'm unemployed. I'm a freelancer.
Yeah.
And I have been that for 30 years. Am I willing to buy my property and then when the baby comes, sell one so that I can stay unemployed and have my finances? Part of your planning has to incorporate what is your work plan.
Sure.
Because that will give you an idea. Do you know that when you fall pregnant and you go back to your workplace, chances are, depending on what was in your plan and in your employer's plan, you might go back and you're in a different role.
Yeah.
Or you might go back and the role is not there and they ask you to leave.
Sure.
So it has to not necessarily be a conversation with the employer, but it has to be something that is planned from your side. What is my financial plan? What is my birth plan? What is my work plan and financial plan and my gynae plan? And those plans come way before you are pregnant, because you just heard the loophole, even in medical aid. You can't be 9 months pregnant and then seek medical aid.
Sure. Or find out you're pregnant and then...
Oh, my word, guys. Please.
What a stress. What a stress.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm listening to you ladies and I'm like, okay, cool. I used to interpret my delay as, oh, my career, ambition, but maybe it's because of uncertainty and the fear of, I don't know what's on the other side.
Right.
You just mentioned a few things and I'm going, what if I don't get my job back, you know? How do we eliminate the fear of uncertainty and step into parenthood a little bit more confident and assured that everything is going to be okay? Because I think a lot of people who are on the other side of parenthood, we freak out when we look at you because you look like superwoman.
Oh, no.
And I'm looking going, I would never be able to do half the things you're doing.
Yeah, one of the things that I pick up a lot, just maybe to bounce off what Ilana was saying, even in pregnancy, I see so many women not being able to take time off because they don't have enough leave. So they work, I'll be like, okay, so when are we stopping with this working thing? And they're like, I can't afford to stop working. I have to work until I'm 38, 39, 40 weeks pregnant. And I'm like, by 36 weeks, you'll be done. Can we figure it out? So I love the part about planning. Most women think about, or most of us think about pregnancy or having children from an emotional perspective. Oh, it's so cute. It's like, gynaes are the only ones who are allowed to do that. They're like, oh, you're so cute. Go back to your parents, type of thing. We don't have to pay for it. So again, it comes back to that thing of, it's your life, curated, build a village that helps you do that. I would have loved to have 5 children, and I just figured out I can't even afford my own services. I was like, 1 is enough. I'll just parent other people's kids. So
I'll bring them into the earth.
Yeah, like the culture of village, I think it saddens me how much we don't genuinely look for help. Ilana has just mentioned there's a gynae here, there's a broadcaster here, there's... Check your phone. How many people are there that actually can contribute positively into you just being a little bit more whole, a little bit more not so high-strung? So the village for me, and as good as our emotions are, put the right plan in place.
I want to just add something. When we are trying to build wealth, which is something that I've learned with this series, She Owns Her Success and Momentum, we surround ourselves with successful people who have achieved.
Yes.
When you are willing to have a baby or you are ready with your plan, surround yourself who speaks positively about parenting. It's not useful to be in conversation with people who says, oh, these kids, you know? Or
it's too expensive.
It's too expensive.
Well, the other day I was in conversation with someone and he said, how's the children? I said, so well. And he said, yeah, hey, I'm so glad it's working for you. You know, so
what does that even mean?
So surround yourself with a village. Part of the plan that I wanted to discuss is when we're doing our financial plan, our birth plan, have a plan of support. When I go back to work, who's the person that's going to help me take care of baby? Can I take off work time in order to be there when she gets her first vaccination? Guys, it's traumatic when at 6 weeks your baby needs to go and get a vac and you can't be there and someone else is taking the baby. So it's something that needs to be planned. You want to be there, you know? My baby this morning, she's at a recital. I am here because moms juggle. The hero of my day is not my baby playing piano and flute today. My juggle and the hero of my day is being here. I made that choice because I'm going to see her this afternoon. So this juggling act where everything just needs to win the whole time, it's impossible.
Exhausting.
You know? Make a hero. Exhausting. Who's the hero today? You are.
And that's fine. I think a lot of us agreeing with that. And what a freeing, you know, I think what a freeing statement to like, yo, I did it. And I'm going to wake up tomorrow morning and I'm going to try again. Henri, I'm going to come to you. I want to speak about what we do today to get ready for tomorrow. For ourselves, the little people that we want to do life with, and the life that they will also have a little bit later on. What are some of those things we can put in place?
The juggle is real, guys.
I
must say. So there's a lot to put in place, obviously. So we've touched on retirement, we've touched on medical aid. Some stories, real life stories, is I've got clients phoning me when their children are 15, telling me, hi, I would like an educational policy. My child wants to go and study in 3 years. And then I'm like, it's not too late, but what's your budget? Because, guys, we said time. Time is your, you know, that's the
resource.
That's that's a resource. And I think that's the misconcept. People think, I don't know what policies existed 30 years ago, like when you pay 100 Rand and you get R1 million in 10 years. I don't know. But there was stuff like that in the industry. It doesn't exist anymore. So the misconcept around that. So I think obviously setting up your children for success is definitely making sure. So my biggest gift to everyone, like even if it's a grandchild now, not even a child, is putting a tax-free savings account in place for your baby. Like starting on month number 1 when they are born versus them starting at 30 is almost 4 times difference in growth by the time they're 65. I did a huge calculation the other day, and I mean, if you start when they're born, you max it out every year. By 65, they can have 133 million rand. You know, that's wealth they will not be able to set them up self with, you know, that's generational wealth.
It's time.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's obviously tools in place in the industry. So tax-free investments for them, educational policies, guys, like just start. Even if it's 100 rand, start. Because don't phone your financial advisor at like when your child is 15, they're going to be like, we can't really help.
What's your budget? That's what they're going to say.
Yeah, like...
what is your budget?
We can do magic, but not that kind of magic, you know. Markets, wars, you think you've got a plan, and then someone bombs someone else, and it affects your plan. So you need to be flexible and make sure you start early.
Henri, I love that you're mentioning numbers. Doc, I'm going to come to you, because I think a lot of the times you said, bundle of joy, cute. But what are we talking about when we talk numbers? Let's say you're having babies late.
Yeah.
What are the costs there? Pregnancy itself.
Yep.
Childbirth.
Yep.
Childcare.
Yep.
What are the numbers looking like?
So, so from 35 years of age and...
asking for a friend.
Yeah.
Somebody says, I'm asking for a friend.
Asking for a friend.
Yeah, roughly what are we looking at?
Yeah. So from about 35 years of age, Rory, our nice hormones, you know, we always say the number for high fertility, 25. By the time you hit 35, things are starting to kind of decline.
Okay.
And in as much as there are plenty of women who are having children in their late 30s, early 40s, there is a definite risk. So first of all, the cost of, if you are somebody that can freeze eggs, I know perhaps in your 20s, the financials, because it costs anything between about 50 to 70,000 rand.
Mommy, to do
just
what?
Just to pack your eggs.
To do what?
To freeze your eggs.
Okay. Are we calculating 70?
So if the nice man is not there yet, and perhaps you're still busy with your career,
70,000.
Around 70,000, and this ideally you want it to happen before the age of 35. Let's say the nice man now is here and you are deciding, okay, let's do this. You have a minimum of about 8 visits to your gynae. And a gynae in this day and age, generally nothing less than 2.5 to 3,000 rand per consultation.
And 2.5 times 8, are we getting?
It's actually realistically in private. I mean, 8 is like our guidelines, WHO, predominantly in public sector. Gynaes just in general, and this is assuming you don't have any underlying conditions, you have a low-risk pregnancy. I literally calculated it, it's about 12 visits, so it's your antenatal visits. Then it is, you pay, guys, when you think about a private hospital, think of it as a mall. Right? Every door you walk into is literally another business. So you'll go to reception and they'll say, oh, it's 37,000 rand for a package to deliver normal vaginal delivery. And then you'll come to me and I'll be like, oh, no, that was just Morningside Mediclinic, the gynae, the pediatrician. Ultimately, you haven't started buying anything for that child. It's about 120,000 rand. Okay. Plus minus. And this is assuming you're having a low-risk pregnancy. Sure. The older you are likely to have complications like you need to go to a fetal medicine specialist for Down syndrome things and checkups. You're more likely to get lifestyle disease like hypertension and diabetes in pregnancy. You're likely to have prem babies. By the way, NICU I didn't even count, which is neonatal ICU. And if your baby just needs even just 1 day in ICU, it's about, probably sitting at about 30 to 40,000 rand cash. So that medical aid goes a mighty long way. Maybe just one last thing to add to that. One of the things that I noticed is if for whatever reason you didn't have the medical aid in place for yourself whilst pregnant, still get it done, because birth can be unpredictable, but your baby can be covered at the very least.
Right. Sure. Good advice.
So get that medical aid.
Yo.
I can't afford
Hey, okay. Did somebody calculate for me? Yeah. So the lady saying, I've got the numbers. Ladies, thank you so much for having a conversation with us. I think that, and maybe I speak for myself, and I think I speak for many ladies in the audience, this is probably the first time that I've listened in on a conversation where there is a real, genuine numbers, emotions, the physical, the mental, included in one conversation. So we honor you for having this conversation with us. Can we love on them? Tracy, what are the people as gobsmacked as I am? That's what I want to know.
Rhoda, I'm going to tell you, I think the moment the numbers started coming from Dr. Mpumi, and the same way you had the silence before you went, yeah, that's what happened in the comment section over here. Everyone just went quiet and went, oh my goodness. That's from Gwendolyn, as I'm looking at it right now. Just very quickly, anyone in the audience, does anyone have a question? I think we've got quite a few. As you make your way over there, let me share a few comments. I had one from Linda saying, all I want to say is very funny, very real, and thank you for the blueberry reminder.
That's a real one.
I think let's go to our first question.
Hi ladies, I am Shanae Cotton. I'm a content creator and teacher, and I came across a post last week that talked about the fertility rates of South African women declining. As opposed to a few years ago, it was about 3 children per family per woman. Now it's about 1.25. And the ladies in the comments were like, it's not about our fertility. We are fertile. It's about the budget, and we are not making it in South Africa. So my question to you ladies is, if you are a woman who wants to start a family, but you're struggling to get your foot in, you're struggling to start with unemployment or your savings, like, where do we start?
Okay.
You're the money girls.
You want to take this one first?
Sure. So yeah, life is tough in South Africa with obviously salaries is not keeping up with inflation, and you know, life is getting expensive. I was just at, not going to say what shop, but I was at the shop last week buying something, and it was really one bag. And as I paid, I was like, what? 1,300 Rand. I said, for what? I didn't buy anything. And then the lady was laughing at me. And I mean, it was like, you know, dishwashing soap, that's like a third of the budget gone. So I get that. So where do you start? Honestly, like being a mom and not a financial advisor, having my mom hat on, I really think people are winging it. Like, we are winging it, and somehow God is blessing us to make sure you provide.
That's good.
There's no clear-cut financial advice to say, save this to get to that, because everyone has a number and you have a need, and what is that? And if you know what you want and what's that number, we can plan for it. But knowing that life is getting expensive in South Africa and knowing that salaries are not keeping up, don't wait for the salary. Somehow, baby showers, you get a lot of nappies, you get a lot of wipes. It's fine. Have bigger parties.
To the tribe.
Invite a lot of people. Your village will provide. So make sure you've got the right village and stay on your knees, and then, enjoy it. Like, don't not have babies, because they are precious. You must have them. Don't let money keep you from it.
I'll still keep going.
Do you have any other questions? We have one here at the front.
Hi, everyone. Do I have to stand? Oh.
Wow, you look beautiful. Hey.
Hi, girl. Hi, guys. I am Katlaho Sirikani. I wanted to ask you, sorry, you're on the spot right now. I think we've spoken a lot about how we prepare for the baby, right? But how do we prepare the baby for us to become the babies when we become older? I really think, so I want to know, you don't have to give me a figure. Maybe if you can give me a percentage, because everybody's going to, it's going to differ, right? Or like a ratio. What do you think is the best way to plan for our retirement so that our children are not suffering, and even for our funerals or whatever in terms of estate?
Okay.
So I don't know if you know, but only 6% of South Africans can actually retire comfortably. So that's very scary. And most of people obviously retiring now are not necessarily in a position to actually be comfortable and sustain their lifestyle. So what they fall back on, obviously family, friends, or they have to keep on working. So mentioning that you don't want to be relying on your children is such a close to my heart situation, because my household is currently in that situation, unfortunately. So my husband's mother, so mother-in-law, she has been going through some health issues and didn't do correct planning, made life choices, which was obviously not in our control, but unfortunately we are paying for it. And it's a huge strain, especially having children, 4-year-old, 1-year-old, and then still having to provide for granny. It's tough. So again, it comes back to time, guys. You need to start putting away money as soon as possible. And I mean, it's never too late to start. You don't have to be 20 to start, because trust me, when you're 20, you're not thinking about retirement. I didn't. I only started around 25, yes, still 20s, but it was like peanuts putting away, you know, just putting out something, hoping for compounding interest to take its toll. But again, people are bombing each other in this world, so, you know, we're losing money in the markets at this stage.
I love the honesty.
But, yeah, so it's never too late to start. You need a number. You need a number, determine that need, and partner with a financial advisor to keep you on track. You know, it doesn't have to be me, but I am here, guys. I'm the child. But any interesting advisor, you know, and have a relationship. Have a relationship with that person to keep you on track. And it's fine if you go off track, and if it must be flexible at the end of the day. You know, I'm like, please, I love holiday. There's like a benchmark. My husband knows twice a year I want to go overseas, you know, and he's like, I don't have leave. And I'm like, well, we want to live. Like, we're not just here to work. We want to live, you know, so we need to live, but also think about the future and retirement. So something is better than nothing, as I always say, but have a partnership with a financial advisor and get yourself on track to make sure you can retire comfortably and not rely on your children.
Great advice, Henri.
Yeah.
I want to quickly, I feel strongly about the beautiful lady that talked about conceiving and when is the right time, right? So first of all, I said earlier, don't forget to have fun. We must also remember why we're having children, right? Because they're going to save this world and make sure that people don't get hurt. That's why we're raising them, okay? They're going to be incredible because of you. So I want to speak to that quickly. You will not believe that even though we've done all this planning, right? And we're in this situation because it's just a plan. You don't have to follow it. It's just to make sure that you're not as anxious, okay?
Uncertain.
So now there's a plan. You will not believe how hard you work and the things that come your way because you've had that baby. So don't be afraid. Don't let that be the only thing. When it comes to uncertainty, just have the plan. That's the reassurance and the conversations. And then in terms of our parents relying on us, in South Africa at large, as someone that works in the media, it is a consistent rule. Most parents depend on their children. It's not unique. In South Africa, most adults eventually, if they live longer, will rely on their children. And there are many situations when I look at our podcasts and when I look at our statistics where people have decided not to have children and they're alone. So they might as well have had the children and made it part of their plan that, hey, I support you.
You support me.
Now your turn.
I scratch your back, you scratch my back.
But also grandparents are such great support for when you are having your children.
Definitely.
So sometimes it's not a financial thing. Like grandparents are amazing. Well, most are amazing as your support structure when you're having your children. So there's always this give and take. It's not just about...
It's the village.
The village.
It's the village.
Definitely.
Do you have one more?
I think we have room for one more question. Right over there.
Hi guys, my name is Zianda Mazamisa. I think for me, it's more a comment that I'd like to invite any of you to respond to. Women are it's so easy for us to give to the other people. So for me, I delayed it in my 20s because I was a 25-year-old, 5-year-old. Right? So I still needed to heal from psychological, emotional wounding of tough childhood. So how do we then plan for your psyche before you have the children?
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a fair question.
Yeah. We pass on a lot of our own things to our children. And I love how mental health has been so big in our community at the moment. And you are actually saving your children a whole lot when you delay to be ready. So, I think it was Kawekazi spoke about getting there ready rather than getting there first or early. And you save your children from so much when you take the time to just do the work and make sure that, and you enjoy it so much more.
And I think it speaks to what you were saying a little bit earlier on, that, you know, we have them so that they can leave this world better. But we've got to pour into them better in order for them to turn out the way we hope.
If we are anxious, we raise anxious children. But I almost want to contradict what Doctor says, because Doctor works with many, many amazing people, and she's the best gynae and psychologist, you know, not by profession, but because she needs to counsel our mothers and our fathers. When it comes to your planning, involve the father, because women are not the only people that are going through the most. The dad also needs to take time off, and he also needs to contribute. So make him part of the plan. The other thing that I want to say is that sometimes when we have our kids, right, and we pass on all these generational things, then we all heal. We can't wait to be perfect to have the perfect baby. So sometimes when we have them, then that's also education for all of us. I find that in the 14 years that I've been a stepmom and a mother, that there's been so much more healing for me as a person than before I had my kids.
Sure.
My stepkids came to teach me resilience, that stepmom is not a bad word, that they trust me. Who did the tampon conversations? I did.
Shout out.
Yeah. So I think that there's a lot of...
aware as well.
Yeah, but
that's the standard, though.
But awareness can only come if it happens to you. You can't be perfect to now. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
It's like Henri said, start with your finances. Just start a little bit. None of us are going to be rich. Okay, all of us. We are all rich.
Ilana.
I won.
Ilana.
We get to inspire a lot of
we are definitely going to be rich.
I wanna correct my joke. When you have your children, you will never appreciate your money as much as you do when you have children. I appreciate my money so much more now that I have children. And I spend it wisely. And you know what? When I wake up and I do what I do in all of our professions, we have purpose, and those little ones see it and they appreciate it.
They do.
I'm a working mom.
Yeah.
I go to work and I bring home things.
That's a great saying.
Nice things.
That is you bring back things, blueberries, yogurt, and all the nice things that we love. Ladies, we appreciate you. Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause?
Are we allowed to stand?
Yes, you are. Keep clapping for them. They've done so well. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. You were great.
Thank
you so much.
We are going to be rich. Yes. You know, in the spirit of winning and doing great things, it's competition time for all our online audience. Tracy, what do they stand to win?
Listen, they stand to win something really incredible. But before I get there, someone else also commented. CJ said, I rebuke that. I am rich. So I love that too. I really do like that. Very interesting comments. Keep the conversation going. But back to the competition. You at home, you stand a chance to win a field bar We want to know, oh, it's nice, eh? If you could prepare your younger self for one unexpected financial or personal cost of parenthood, what would it be? Interesting question. Now post your answer in the comments and we will announce the winner at the end of the day. And please do keep the conversation going by posting and sharing using the hashtags #SheOwnsHerSuccess and her success has a number. Rory, what's next?
Are we ready for our next conversation, ladies? Now, our next conversation is centered around women and their wealth and taking back the control. Now, women are becoming one of the fastest growing wealth segments globally and expected to control increasing share of wealth in South Africa over the next 2 decades. That's exciting news, right? Yeah, I think we could clap for that. That's good. Yeah. Yet, while many women are already making financial decisions every day, only 4.1, I'm going to say it again, only 4.1 use certified financial advisors, while 73% manage their household finances entirely on their own. Yeah. Now we've got to decide where we fall, right? So women are being underserved, or maybe that's the question we have to ask. Are they served well by the wealth industry? Or is there an opportunity for us to ask better questions, seek the right advice, and become even more intentional about taking control, because the feeling uncertain about money shouldn't mean that we're left feeling powerless. Now, the right information and the right advice can turn uncertainty into confidence, confidence into control. So ladies, today we're flipping the conversation from fear into what we believe is a better positioning with our finances in the future. Helping us to unpack this conversation with a little bit more clarity, Therese Havenga, the head of transformation at Momentum Savings, with over 20 years experience in financial services and a background in research psychology, and is very passionate about understanding the real relationship between human behavior and money. Can we welcome her as she comes? Therese. Hello, Mama. Oh, looking so beautiful. Hey, the ladies didn't come to play. Everybody looking absolutely amazing. Joining us next is Hannah Siddiqui, the former CEO of Bidvest Financial Services and the MD of Bidvest Bank, with extensive executive leadership experience, and is also very passionate about advocating for education, empowerment, and creating opportunities for others. And she's here with us today. Give her a round of applause as she comes. Stunning. Shoo, thank you so much for joining us, ladies.
Wonderful.
Can I tell you the honest truth? I am so happy we're having this conversation after the other conversation.
I'm scared of babies now.
I'm not scared of babies. I want to be ready and I want to do well. Take me through your financial beginnings. I think a lot of times when we look at women like yourselves, we see that they always had it together. They knew from the start who they were and what they were gunning for. What are some of the, I guess, the learnings that you had in the earlier stages when it came to your finances and building wealth? I'll start with you.
Yeah, sure. What a conversation, right? And I mean, we need to get really comfy for this deep conversation.
Okay, let's go.
And this is a safe space, right? Because I think we can
get
vulnerable about this. Yeah. So, I mean, early days, I think it's fairly uncomplex for a woman when you start out, right? You perhaps maybe have a list of products. Then you get older, and then your life gets more complex. Yeah. Right? You maybe have children, you have a household, you have extended family, you have to think about maybe education for your children. And I've often found that, I mean, and on to the point of the advice gap, I mean, you would think that, talking about an advice gap, you would think that it's an access to financial advice issue, which is not.
Sure.
It's not access that's the issue. You could get a financial advisor at a drop of a hat. Yeah. Exactly. The problem is, you reach a particular point as a woman, and then all of a sudden, you realize that everything is so intertwined, it's so complex, that you really do need somebody that understands your needs.
Sure.
Everything about you, your hopes, your dreams, not just a product portfolio.
Sure.
And the other thing is, I mean, if I really have to now be a little bit vulnerable here,
please.
Let's say you've reached a certain level of perceived success. Perceived success. I mean, I work in financial services. I write about money, I speak about money. I've sat in conversations where I did not know what this person is talking about.
Sure.
And then I'm thinking, okay, let me just nod along. Let me just go with this because, you know, I cannot admit that I, you know...
No, you can't possibly.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that's a psychological safety thing. So how safe are women feeling when they're having that conversation? Because you don't actually just need more information. You want to walk out of that conversation with confidence, knowing that I can walk out of here and I can own this decision and I know what's happening. So for me, it was really, I mean, early days, it was simple. I mean, you had maybe health, you had employee benefit and so on. You grow older and then everything is more complex. You need
of a shift.
A bit of a shift. You need to retire at some place. You need to think about not just the money, but what must the money enable?
Yeah. And how do I keep getting it?
Yeah, because you want to keep on with this lifestyle that you're having, and what is going to sustain that?
Sure.
So, yeah, so that's a little bit, just to start off the conversation.
I thought you said that... Today I'm going.
I'm coming with you.
I'm going to go because I need to put my life together. But this is why I love She Owns the Success conversations, because you'll have moments where you feel like you're Goisha.
Yeah.
But I think, again, the room is safe for us to have real conversations. Yeah. And I do want to bring it back to you again, that what was the gap for you? Where did you feel it to say, maybe I don't know as much as I need to know, or I'm not as prepared as I thought I was? Did you ever feel that that in your earlier days?
Oh, many a times. Thanks, Rory. You know, I mean, I grew up in the bank. I started somewhere as a teller.
Sure.
And as you progress, you know, you don't think about, you know, success in the way that today I understand and appreciate.
Okay.
And as Therese spoke about the fact that, you know, you start up, you think about products in a simplistic way. You think about it from, as a teller, I thought about it from a, you know, just a bank account, and then I had an investment, and then I had, but the gap becomes, now I'm a young mom and a young wife. Okay, you know, then what happens is you have conversations with other people who have had more exposure, and they speak about things of, we're planning to have a trip with our kids. And I'm like, I already have 2 boys. Where am I going to get the money to plan a trip?
Yeah.
I've been told to save for these kids, and I'm trying to save for these kids, because what I wanted for them was that they have it better than me. They must be able to get to varsity without me stressing about will they get a scholarship or not, because I don't know if they will be as smart as I want them, or I thought I gave birth
They will be. They will be.
As smart as you?
Or as smart as me.
Fair.
And secondly, I wanted them to get a good startup, you know, I mean, and not worry about loans right at the beginning.
Sure.
So the gap for me was that the conversation with the advisor as in a bank, as in the branch, is not about my life. It's about save, save, save. It's not about, so what are you dreaming about? What would you like your life to look like?
Sure.
Andre spoke earlier here about starting early.
Yeah.
I also started at 25. I'm already pregnant with my second one, and I'm starting to think about how do I build that these kids that are now here are not struggling.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit late when you are starting. I've been working for 4 years, and now I'm realizing that's what I need to do. Yeah. And so that's where the gap for me was, is that earlier on the conversations were not thinking about what I need to build to sustain me today, and what I need to build to sustain me for the future, not just my future, also my kids' future.
The ecosystem.
So I could understand the question earlier on around, so how do we make sure our kids don't look after us?
Yeah.
It's the stuff that for me was my second or third biggest gap is, okay, my kids are now growing up, they're starting to be at varsity, the advisor has held my hand to that, but then what about me? Because as mothers, I don't know about others, but please, if you haven't got a child, when you have a child, don't forget you. Plan for them, but do not forget you. You have to say, Rory, I now have brought this human being I need to plan for. But I also have to plan for me.
Sure.
Because otherwise that question that came earlier on becomes bigger.
Yeah.
You know, they then have to start from scratch.
Yeah. Then they do have to carry you there.
They have to carry me more than they should.
Sure.
Third one for me was, and I need to put this that I think Therese would have experienced it, is when you are in a financial services, in the bank, like when I spoke to the financial advisors, she's expecting me to know.
Yeah.
To know all the products and to know how to put my things together.
Yes.
But do you know that financial services people, we are like the motor mechanics?
Yeah.
We know how to fix other people's cars, but not ours.
Okay.
So that the gap is, talk to me in the dumbest way. Don't talk to me because you think I'm a financial services person. Because my focus is on the client when it comes to that. It's on the staff when it comes to that. It's on products.
Sure.
It's not on me. So I'm not always putting me first. So the gap became, okay, now we've fixed I can, retire, safely at 65, 63, 65. I still look young, ne?
Very young.
Howie, please.
You are nowhere near 60.
You're not retiring, what is 60? Anyway. The point I wanted to make here is that things changed in the family. My mom is ill. It meant 24/7 support, caregiving. It meant I need to change my plans. So the impact is not only emotional.
Yeah.
The impact is also financial. Sure. The impact is time. It actually made me look at my number or numbers, because I think I have more than one number. I have 5 different numbers at the moment. I think after this I may have more or less, I don't know.
Hey, I think I'm sitting on 10.
Yeah. And the conversation gap was, if we have been planning with my financial advisor on 63, 65, and at the end of last year I had to go, I have to be home for this period, for this woman who brought me here, who sacrificed for me. Ilana spoke about we look after our parents, right? The plan was not I'll retire at 60. I am 60.
You're not retiring.
So it's to say, so did we plan for that? Did we plan for that which can happen? That we didn't think would happen? So do we think about risks? I ran businesses, and the one thing I got taught as I was growing up is lead people, make sure you make the money, make sure you know the risk. Do we do that with us?
Nope.
What would be that risk? And are we planning for that? That was the other gap.
Sure. I'm listening to the both of you speak, and I think a little bit earlier on, maybe presented it in a jokingly manner. But I'm listening to you, and I'm a little bit overwhelmed because there's a feeling of fear that creeps in when we start having these conversations. If you can walk into and sit with your financial advisors as people within that sector, me, who's not in there, I have no idea where to start. How do we move from being fearful to knowing the right kind of questions to ask? Because I think we end up not asking because nobody wants to look like they don't know what they're doing.
Exactly.
How do we do that transition?
So firstly, I think we must admit that fear is not failure, right? And fear can do a lot of things. It can prevent you from actually taking that first step. And just to do something, just to do one little thing towards having a conversation, making that first appointment. So you need to break it down for yourself in something very, very simple. And for me, it's very critical is you must find the right advisor that's going to partner with you on this. And when I say partner, I mean, I really mean partner. What is a partner? A partner is somebody that knows everything about you. A partner is somebody that keeps you accountable, not in a judgmental way, right? But keeps you accountable. A partner is somebody that can keep you on track, right? A partner is somebody that really cares about your dreams and your wants. And a partner is somebody that you can trust. That you don't feel as if I'm going to ask a stupid question, are you going to judge me, right? So it's so critical that when you find that partnership with your advisor, that there can be that almost that psychological safety.
Sure.
That you can say, look, I mean, I don't understand this, explain it to me. And then the test that I always do, that when I've had a financial conversation is, can I take the information that's come out of that conversation and can I explain it to my daughter who's in matric? Can I explain it to her in such a way that she's going to understand it? Because then I know, and I am blonde, but then I know I will get it. If I get that, and if it's plain and simple language, and it's got to
surely then.
And it's got to be so broken down in such easy steps that it's not requiring you to have 70 documents and this and that. Just do one little small thing that's going to move that dial, or that's going to make you a little bit more mobile towards taking that action. And yeah.
So we've kind of identified the different gaps that we see, and asking the right questions. What kind of advice should we be looking for? So how do I know if I'm sitting across from my financial advisor that you're not my partner, Wena? Because I think oftentimes we're overwhelmed by what they know versus what we don't know. But how do I know that this is not for me?
So I'm going to give it an attempt of what I think should be happening here. One is, I want to just go back, if you allow me, sorry. You know, I think when we go into rooms and we don't own what we don't know, we are our own worst enemies. If we need to stop this fear of telling people we don't know. And we need to say, you are the expert, that's why Momentum pays you to be the advisor, so you need to tell me what I'm not asking you.
Sure.
You need to tell me what I'm not asking you.
Sure.
The important piece of what you're asking is, have I got the right advisor? Will they then address the gap? The key is, are you telling them everything? Even when you've actually gone on a Paris trip or bought that Louis Vuitton or I don't know which other car you buy, and are you telling them that we had this plan, but I went and did 1, 2, 3, which actually impacts the plan. And if they find out, they must have the guts, like you said. They are a partner. They're not judging you. They need to say, Rory, I'm not happy. They hold you accountable. I'm not happy you did 1, 2, 3. If an advisor does not hold you accountable, you don't have the right advisor. If the advisor does not ask you about your whole life, are you married? No, I'm still looking. Okay, while you're looking, we manage this because you don't have anything else. Have you got kids? How old are the kids? What do you plan for the kids? What are your plans for you? Do you want to travel? Do you not want to travel? Do you want, Before you go to a loan, you start feeling guilty about, we didn't talk the fact that I'm going to ask for a loan. And you feel that you need to call them and say, if I take this loan, what does it mean?
What's the impact?
What's the impact? It is just that. Please, can I just say, ladies, you have to own it. And I'm not saying it because Momentum says that. I'm saying it because if you don't own your life, anybody can give you the advice, but if it's not owned by you, that plan doesn't mean anything. I think Elana spoke about we can all have plans. But if I'm not owning the execution of that plan, what's the point of the plan?
I want to build on what Hannah just said. There's a very, very simple test that I have. When I walk out of a financial conversation with an advisor, do I walk out with information or do I walk out with confidence? And if I walk out with confidence, that means I'm owning it. That means the plan is mine, I'm the captain of the ship. The advisor is merely there to facilitate, to help, to advise, But you have to walk out there with confidence, because if you don't own it, you're never going to take that first step. You're not going to say, you know what, this is actually a reasonable thing for me to do in the next week, in the next 10 days or whatever. I can actually do that. But if you don't own it, then it's just more information.
Sure.
You don't want more information.
Yeah, you want to progress.
You want progress. You want to actually, you want to move the dial.
I'm a little bit uncomfortable with something.
Tell us.
Yeah, because we are here, I'm going to use this opportunity.
Please do.
Yeah.
We don't tell them the truth.
Ah.
Can we stay there a little bit? Yes, because we come into these spaces where oftentimes we, rally out the cry to say there's a gap. But when the opportunity for the gap to be closed, are we stewarding that opportunity well? Are we maximizing? What is the danger of sitting across from your financial advisor and not putting the truth down? What does that actually do? You're shaking your head, Ma.
Yeah, because it impacts you, not the advisor. Can we just? It impacts you, not the advisor.
It's like telling your doctor not the truth.
Yeah, I'll give you an example, and I'm sure my family is gonna kill me because I think they are watching.
Well, we love them.
I loved with D at the end. It's past tense.
It's past tense.
I loved cars. It was when I turned 40, I was like, I am going to buy this car, come hell or high water. And I only said it after I did. My advisor did not have to know, I didn't tell, okay, but he found out, because obviously I got excited. It's got personalized plate and no hala driving it. And I think that, no, you won't see it. It's in the parking lot, whatever. The impact of that one item meant that the next two things that I wanted to do that were key to me and my family had to be put on hold. So you change things. So I got satisfaction for a few years, trust me, but it wasn't what was important and priority for us as a family. Okay, for us as a family. So I bring that up because it talks to what's your purpose. I don't regret buying that car, by the way. Let me tell you.
I want to know so bad what the car is.
I enjoyed it. And then when the time came, I sold it back. And I was like, I did it. And it's okay to sometimes, I think someone here did say, it's okay to just live off a bit. Live a little bit.
You have to.
Go vurpa a little bit, come back. And people think you're cuckoo because you're a woman, But what I'm saying is, when you know your goals, when you then don't tell the truth or you step out, just be clear on what it impacts before even your advisor tells you. Because if you own in the plan and you know this is the plan, you know, this trip I'm taking, to that 5-star place.
You know the right answer, but you don't want to admit it.
And whatever, and then you go, that means that I have grandchildren, so they're my life now. That means I can't see them as often as I wanted to, or I can't buy the things that I said I would want to buy for them or do for them.
If you want to lie to your financial advisor, you must also ask yourself, do I have the right partner then? Right? So if you feel like you must lie to your doctor, whatever, why is that? Is there something wrong in the relationship? Do you feel that relationship is merely kind of just a transactional kind of product push relationship? Or do you feel there's safety there? Because that's what you want in a partnership. You want to be able to say, you know what, I do want to buy that handbag and I know it's going to be an impact, but so what?
Let's change something.
And an advisor would say, I hear you, and you know what, live a little. But let's adjust some things and maybe you can have it all. So maybe it is a question around, do I have the right partnership? Do we have the right kind of relationship? And then ask yourself also, why do I feel I need to lie? Is there some denial there, or what's happening? Why do I feel?
Hey, there's definitely denial. We don't have to ask ourselves that. We know it's there.
Am I comparing myself to the Joneses, or am I feeling
what's actually happening?
You know the answer. You already know the answer. Why are you lying? But it's just a conversation you need to have with yourself.
Ladies, you touched on it a little bit earlier on, and it was just this idea of taking care of your ecosystem, but not forgetting yourselves. But the truth is, the way we are as women, we tend to take care of everyone first, then ourselves.
Yeah.
Can I add in a bit here and say, now of late, even when I do want to take care of myself, I feel incredibly guilty.
Yeah.
It's a guilt I can't explain. Sometimes even when things are going well, I don't fully enjoy it because it's like, why do I get to enjoy it and not everybody else come along?
Yeah.
How do we fix that? I don't even know the
Sure.
correct, like,
You
like
go,
how do we
Hannah.
deal?
I've got lots to say, you can tell.
Yeah, because it's tough. It's like, I do want to take care of myself.
Yeah.
You know, Rory, I've just gone through a journey now of I'm learning to take care of me before others. And the thing that keeps playing in my head that someone said to me is, you cannot pour when you are empty. What are you pouring out? You are empty. So your health, your mental health, your physical health, your joy is important so that when you serve others, it comes from a joy place.
Yeah.
Okay, to serve when you're not at joy, you're doing it mandatory, and it doesn't feel great. Okay? Then the guilt becomes even heightened. What I've realized, though, is that in our country, and I'm speaking not that I think in other countries it doesn't happen. In our country, this Ubuntu concept is deeply ingrained for generations, that we take care of others. I am because we are, so if I can do for everyone, I'll feel okay. And it's not wrong, okay? But it's the level at which, as women, we do it. Like, we do it at the extreme.
Yeah.
We want to pour from from empty, which doesn't serve us because we begrudgingly go and do it. It's work we need to keep doing. So I keep reminding myself, you know what, I need to do this, but maybe I can do it tomorrow if I can first do me. And because I've now made the conscious decision that I will do it at some point, but I have to put me first, then the guilt is less. I don't know if the guilt goes away. I would like to hear someone who says the guilt goes away. And this is not cultural, it's a South African thing. Yeah, so it's a everyday thing. But importantly is you have to know that you have to be strong from head to toe to be able to do for others.
So love comes at a cost. That's what I'm hearing, right? And the point is, I mean, you have your inner circle that you look after, and there will always be something more important than you. There will always be, a child needs this, or my mother needs that, or whatever. And the simple way that I have, because you almost need, you need permission to also put yourself in that inner circle, because that's essentially what you need to do, right? You've got an inner circle, but somehow you're sitting out here, giving money to this inner circle. But how do you get yourself in there? And the easiest way for me is to imagine yourself in the future you. And if you do not also pay you now for the future, that inner circle is going to have to look after you then. So I think it is not about saying it's wrong to do that. It's right. I mean, and that's love, because we give as moms, as sisters, as mothers, whatever. That's fine. But you must also just put yourself in there and also pay yourself, and that's okay. I think it's just that conversation you have to have with your...
Yeah, and honestly so.
Yes.
And honestly so. And it's okay. And it's okay to do that. It's okay to look after yourself. Because otherwise, that might, if you don't do that, it might become a burden for somebody else later on.
We're going to take some questions from the audience and maybe from online. From our conversation that we've had so far, what's the one thing you want a woman who's watching now to take away from just the gap, closing it, what we must understand? There's one takeout. What are you leaving us with?
Sure, I'm going to try and keep it brief. For me, and we've spoken a lot about partnership, right? Find the right strategic partner that you can partner with on your financial advice progress. And that is absolutely critical, because you need to walk out of those conversations with confidence and not more information. So that's the critical thing. And the second thing also is, in that partnership, look for somebody that you can have that psychological safety with, that you can really be real, saying, I have a problem, or this is a crisis, or we need to fund this, or I'm so indebted, or whatever the case, but that there's no judgment and no. So to me, that is find the right person. And even if you seek long and hard, but find that right person. And that person will also bring on other specialists as part of this journey, because you'll probably need more than one.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, and for you, Ma?
For me, I wanna wear the mom hat rather, or the woman's hat, because I agree with everything Teresa said, and without repeating that, is you have to have your own goals. Hana goals, then the family goals, and then you put a plan that defines that defines what your success, looks like.
Yeah.
Own that, and then put numbers to it.
Sure.
And then walk the journey on those numbers. You will veer off. I veered off. I said that.
Yeah.
But own it and walk that. When you are thinking, I need to go and do this, say, how is it changing my goals? And remember, the goals will change. Kawa shared her story. It will evolve. You need to evolve with it.
Yeah.
You need to redefine as you go along. When you become a mother, it changes.
Yeah.
When you become a grandmother, it changes. None of you are near that. It seems like I'm the only one here. But it changes. Your purpose, though, your life purpose doesn't change that much. If you are the server of the family, if you are going to be the matriarch, that's your purpose.
I love that, the server.
Own that. And know that the things you do, they must stay in that lane.
Yeah.
If they stay out, you must know why. Don't look at the next person, please. Their goals are different.
Yeah.
Their purpose in this world is different.
Sure.
Your purpose is what defines your number. The number is important, but you are more important than that.
Sure.
You.
Oh, man. Absolutely amazing. Yo, today is going to be good. Can you feel it? Tracy.
Conversations.
You? Tracy, what are the people asking there? Do we have some audio questions?
Oh, we do indeed. Many really good questions. I am going to start with this comment, though. Phil is saying, do you know, as much as we love helping our ecosystem, we need to talk about this sense of entitlement and them thinking that we always have to give and we can't say no.
Yeah.
And that...
So my simple answer to that is, what conversations are you not having?
We've had all the conversations.
Right. What boundaries are you not putting in place if that is still happening? So, yeah.
And that brings me to my next question. Actually, are there certain financial conversations that we are purposely avoiding that is holding our wealth back? Would that tie into that?
Yeah, it's exactly what Teresa said. It's the boundaries. You know, if you're not setting boundaries, you're also not helping yourself, you're not helping your inner circle. But you know what's worse? The Bible I read says you actually are not teaching people to fish. You're just giving them the fish.
So you got
to have tough love. You got to go, no. No is also a very, 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 very good answer.
Yeah.
And it's a full sentence.
Yeah.
It's a full sentence.
Very, very, very good answer.
In Xhosa, we say andizi.
Andizi. Andizi.
I think we have a question right here in the audience.
Right. My sister went.
My sister.
Doc, you came back. Okay.
Literally, this for me is a very vulnerable one. And it's about divorce. Right? Sometimes you do the financials and you plan thinking, well, I'm planning with half and the other person is bringing in the other half. Then divorce happens and suddenly you are starting from scratch. How do women, and I'm saying this because I went through that, the starting over in your mid-30s, how do you get yourself back? Money is energy, money is psychology, and there's hurt, and there's therapy, and there's everything, and you still need to come back and show up for your own life and own it again.
Sure, that is such a great question, and I think it's so topical in South Africa. How do you bounce back, I mean, from any disappointment? Firstly, you need to be okay first. You need to be, and you mentioned therapy and this and that. I think that is step one. I think don't underestimate what such a process can do to you from a well-being and a mental perspective, let alone financially. Yeah. Financially, for me, is like a second step. But make sure that you are okay first, because you can only be in a position where you start making plans when you are okay. And then secondly, and I've said it already, and I'm going to say it again, I think do not try and attempt it by yourself. Get a financial advisor that can journey on you, and even if it means taking 5 steps back, there are ways and means of actually crafting a plan that will put you ahead again, with the right steps that will put you ahead again. Oh. So I think don't sit in despair thinking that, you know, I've lost so many years, or it's not that. Bounce back, make sure you're okay, and partner with the right advisor, the right partner, to have this conversation and to have a brutally honest conversation that will help you. Let's say, well, let's revisit your goals. Now that you're single, what does it mean for your life? What does it mean for your goals? What does it mean for children? And write that up and regroup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want to add, Ma?
Doc,
okay.
I speak from a place of being divorced. My youngest was, I think, 5 or 6. He's 28 today. What actually I learned in that process was, firstly, I needed to be okay that it's over. And so I needed to put people around me that help me, remind me that I'm not less a person, and that I have everything that I need to bring up these boys. From a love first. Because what they needed was the love. And then the next thing was to redefine the goals.
Sure.
And then rework the plan. And understand what you used to be able to do, you can't. But if it was part of your goals, you will get to it.
You will.
Sure.
And and the thing that grounded me was, for me, I asked God for one thing. Just, can my boys be fearful men one day? Because the stats that says a woman can bring up boys, I'm not going to be part of it. What? And I will tell you today, I'm very proud that they're fearful of God. I mean, my eldest is a pastor, I mean. So good, sometimes we see breaking up as damage when it's actually growing up.
Yeah.
You break away, things are taken away from you in order for you to step up.
Revitalizing, yeah.
And be the best you can, because maybe that was not even giving you the space to be the best you can. That's what I understand today.
Yeah.
It's on. We hear you.
Hi, my name is Kanyisa. I work as a personal development coach as well as an executive coach. But I'm entering this conversation as someone who grew up in extreme poverty in the Eastern Cape. And I'm finding myself struggling a little bit in terms of the mindset shift that the trauma of poverty introduces into our bodies. And how then do we do that mental shift from how do I see myself as someone who can step out of poverty and really own these conversations around finances?
It's a good one.
Wow, that's lovely.
That's a good one.
I love it. And I think there's a part of us that can also relate to some of that, because, I mean, I also didn't grow up in a wealthy family. And what I realized is what that did is that it can very easily create what we call a scarcity mindset. And then when you move into later life, then you're scared to take risks. And money scares you, actually. You don't want to talk about it. You know, it's not a normal conversation. So there's a lot of I almost want to say psychological things that you need to do in order to shift that mindset from a scarcity mindset to that of abundance. Doesn't mean whether you've got money or not. It's a thinking. It's a way of thinking. And I think that's the first part, is to redefine what money means for you and how you're going to change it for the generations to come.
Yeah.
Because we grew up hearing about how our parents speak about money, and that created a specific narrative around money. And whether good or bad, I mean, you need to decide. But what I can also say is, in growing up, and everybody's stories are different, but in growing up, there are lessons. And whether you say you come from poverty or whatever, there are lessons that you can take with you that will help you on your journey. And whether that is saving, or whether that is really working your money, or what you've got, working it to the best of its ability, and you can decide what are those things that you take with you, and how do you make the shift in order to leave the scarcity mindset towards abundance. So for me, it was really to say, because there were amazing learnings in growing up, and you will have the same. If you delve deep for them, take that, work with that, but then I think move towards a space where you feel, I'm not scared of money anymore. And how do you become not scared of money? Is you normalize money. You talk about it in an everyday kind of thing. It's not something that's scheduled for once a year or this. You talk about it every day when going to the shops or what. It's like a normal conversation. It's about that. And that's how you desensitize it. That would be my advice.
I think so. Very good. Great answer. I've got one other question here, and just very briefly from both of you, would love to hear this. How does someone who has all the basics grow their wealth exponentially?
Ha! We are all listening to this one.
Know. It's going to be very brief. You start young. If you can't start young, if you start saving young, if you can't start saving young, money might need to do a little bit more heavy lifting when you get older. But start saving before you're spending. So have a budget, but put money away for savings before you spend it. So that becomes part of your budget, right? You don't touch it. So it's about, there's a reason why they say, compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world.
Yes.
And it's exactly that. I mean, in the earlier conversation, there was an example of how your money can grow when you start early. You don't do anything more than, apart from it being in the market, you're giving it time, right? It stays there, it grows. So the simplest and the easy way is start early and be consistent. Like with any other discipline that you want to become good at, be consistent, show up, do what you have to do.
Yeah, the only word I can add there is diligence.
Yeah.
Like, be strict with yourself.
Discipline, yeah.
You said it, so that's how I was
there
going there. Just be strict with yourself. Be disciplined with what you're doing. I can't emphasize, and maybe it's because I'm seeing a lot of this in our youngsters, is you look at the next person. I don't hate social media. What I know, though, is that there is so much influence it has on us. It's a good thing because you can read and understand what's happening with other people. But the question is, does it change who you are and want to be and who you can become? Because if it changes, then you are consuming it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi. We adore you both. Thank you so much for spending time with us. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you so much to Therese, Mom Hannah, for spending time with us. Let's celebrate them. Thank you so much. Thank you, Makaki. Yeah. Just check on your neighbor. Quick, say, neighbor, are you okay? Are you fine? Oh, man. We have come to the end of the session, and as we close, one truth really does stand out. Can we agree? One truth is I didn't fall. Give me a round of applause. But on the real, though, one truth does stand out, that women deserve advice that is tailored, transparent, and last but not least, empowering. The challenge is real, But there's also an opportunity to seek out trusted voices, build the right partnerships, I love that word, and to claim financial guidance that serves truly. And that's how you and I can close the gap. Once again, let's give them a round of applause. It was amazing. I hope, ladies, you're taking notes. Now, for our online viewers, here's another chance to win yourself an amazing She Owns Her Success gift bag. It's the fastest fingers first, so if you're the fastest person, it means that you are going to win. Are you ready? Okay, we're going to support you guys here in studio. I mentioned a stat earlier on, so here we go. Let's see if you were listening. Here's your question. According to research, what percentage of South African women use certified financial advisors? Is it A? Studio. Shh, we want the fastest fingers. Is it A, 4.1? Is it B, 14.1? Is it C, 24.1? Or is it D, 34.1? I don't know. Everybody in studio got it. How are they doing there online, Tracy?
I think they're pretty fast. I'm going to wait a while for that to come through. I'm just going to start with this first, though. Okay. Quite a few incredible comments that came through. The one I loved the most was, you know what, when it comes to finances, Delulu is not the Salulu. Don't think it gets more real than that.
That's a word.
It definitely does not. Then also, Beatrice saying, you can budget for diapers and daycare, but it's much harder to budget for how much your priorities and freedom changes.
Sure. It's a good one.
Those are quite a few things that was definitely touched on. Let's take a look. We've got, oh, the numbers are climbing. I'm going to give it a few more seconds. Okay. Then I've got another one saying, I must also say, Ayanda says, she commented, she only remembered herself when her child turned 4. Yeah. And I'm sure if you're a parent here, I'm sure you've experienced that as well, how very easy it is to just completely forget about yourself. Yeah. And then something else that I absolutely loved, Karab was saying, I think we speak so much about how important it is that we are financially savvy. How important is it that your partner is equally financially savvy? Definitely something to think about. Okay,
We don't want to say much. We're going to keep it here.
Okay, so let me give you the answer to that. Of course, it was 4.1%. I love that. And 46% of you got that correct. But we will only announce the winner at the end of the day. So keep the conversation going. Rory.
Shout out to everybody who got the answer correctly. All right, ladies, it's time for a short comfort break. Time for you to stretch your legs, but we need to be back in 15 minutes. And I don't want you to miss the special performance that we have. We have Zoe Mudicha with us in studio. Yeah, so make sure that you are here and you're back. Before you start to move around, let me give you more of what we have in store for you. When we get back, we jump into a real conversation about the weight of the crown. Researching tells us that when you're at the top, it's just the beginning of the journey. The journey still continues. So ambition has a cost: time, energy, sacrifice, and often difficult choices. But for many women, knowing the cost and still choosing themselves is really where the significance of the achievement is coming from. And then in our final conversation of the day, we are asking a question that might make you look twice at your financial decisions. Is your crew influencing your financial moves more than you realize? I can hear it. Ladies, enjoy your break. Be back in 15 minutes. We'll see you soon.
For generations, women have been taught to prove their worth through performance and hide the very strengths that make them exceptional. Momentum's 2025 Success Women Want report found that close to 50% of women define success by their compassion, empathy, and intuition, the very soft skills that don't often make it onto a CV. Research shows recruiters still value traditional markers of competence, confidence, assertiveness, experience on paper, over those invisible strengths.
40, 45, 50. So the number that I never say out loud is 80 million.
And my number actually is 50.
Is 50, because it's the number of lives I want to have a positive impact on.
50 is the age that I want to retire.
And my number actually is 50 because I want to just make sure that I'm on a journey to just shed some weight, to be healthy, to make sure that my bone density is correct so that when I age, I'm able to do the things that I love the most.
The number I don't say out loud is 50. I'm not yet there, but it's the number that society thinks that women is old. I think that that is the perfect number for women to actually refire and reinvent themselves.
Because to me, for the longest time, 40 represents a revolution of sort.
The number I don't often say out loud is 920. When I see the number 920 on my watch, I think you were born then. One time there will be a time at which you have departed, but the moments in between, have you filled it well?
So the number that I never say out loud is 80 million. It will allow me to be available for my kids at all times, 24/7 whenever they need me.
To be 45 years old and to be in a space where freedom is my everyday choice.
7 rhymes with heaven, and I'm in heaven doing this job every day.
For generations, women have been taught to prove their worth through performance and hide the very strengths that make them exceptional. Momentum's 2025 Success Women Want report found that close to 50% of women define success by their compassion, empathy, and intuition, the very soft skills that don't often make it onto a CV. Research shows recruiters still value traditional markers of competence, confidence, assertiveness, experience on paper, over those invisible strengths. We set out to see whether the same woman could be seen differently simply because of how her CV was written. We invited real recruiters and real job seekers. What you're about to see isn't staged. It's what happens when perception meets paper.
How do you usually approach writing your CV? I don't put a lot about myself and my characteristics. At work, I just focus on doing my job. Ever since I was young, that's what I was told to do at a job. So I've always focused on being just my professional self instead of like being me.
For many women, they've been taught to focus on the professional and ignore the qualities that set them apart. On the other side of the table are the recruiters. We wanted to see what stands out to them when reviewing a CV.
So CV is your ticket to your first interview.
You have to capture who you are because your voice is not theirs.
We took each candidate's original CV and used Momentum's AI CV Builder to create a second version, highlighting often overlooked strengths which are unique to women. Each recruiter was given 2 CVs. The task was simple. Choose the candidate that most liked to meet based on the CV they preferred the most.
Maybe this one for me just comes across more personal if they talk about themselves as a human.
It's doing a better job of selling the person.
This person seems like they actually could learn, so I would pick this one.
And so the interviews began. Professional questions, polite answers. We then told them we'd be bringing in the candidate they didn't choose.
Oh, it's the same person, literally.
To their surprise, it was the same woman. The only difference was how she described herself on paper.
You chose this one? Yes, I chose this CV.
Oh my gosh.
Because this one, I saw who you were.
It seems the tide is starting to change.
I do think more and more we're trying to look for people who've got that little something else because everybody can be a job spec.
I don't think that people are aware of the value of invisible CVs.
This social experiment is a positive sign that women can and should more proudly own the traits that come naturally to them. If you'd like to start including these invisible success codes in your own CV, visit sheownshersuccess.co.za. Momentum, your journey to success.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Knowledge is power. It opens doors for you. Whether it's knowledge of books or knowledge of understanding and living in this world.
Who would have thought I would have actually made it to the Olympics with everything that I faced and everything I've been through?
Growing up in a small township, always being the tallest everywhere I went, I get teased for my height, I get teased for my voice, and the only place where all those things worked for me was sport.
I got involved in an accident. I ended up getting paralyzed from waist going down. My life had totally changed and I was not looking good at all. Even going to the shops, when people look at you, you feel like maybe they're not seeing anything good on me. I just couldn't take that. My name is Sandra Kumalo. I'm a Paralympian rower. I row for South Africa under the para-rowing team. And I'm a mom to 2 beautiful daughters.
My name is Dumisani Chauke. I am the HOD of sport at the Tshwane University of Technology, Ga-Rankuwa campus. I'm a Laureus Sports for Good ambassador, Brand South Africa Play Your Part ambassador, and seasoned administrator, former Spar Proteas assistant coach and former SA netball player.
My name is Andile Lamini. I am a goalkeeper of Mamelodi Sundowns and Banyana Banyana, also a football analyst and a professional coach. I am just known as Sticks Andile Lamini, goalkeeper of South Africa national team, which is Banyana Banyana and Mamelodi Sundowns.
I'm Melissa Conley, 7-time national champion, Rio Olympian, sports broadcaster, commentator, and just an all-around phenomenal woman. The first thing that I felt when I hit the track at the Rio 2016 Olympic Games was, why are you here? You're a little girl from Riverlea, you know, you just race in South Africa. What are you doing racing against the best in the world? It was such a massive stage that I completely just drowned in that moment. And I just couldn't believe that I was there.
My big break moment was winning WAFCON in 2022. 2022, when we won WAFCON, it changed and opened doors for me.
For the very first time and having to win a silver medal, that was, the most amazing thing. But it didn't really sink that, like, this is what I'm gonna be, and I'm gonna be rowing with the best in the world.
I did not choose sport. I think it chose me. Growing up in a small township of Malamulele in Limpopo, so the town didn't have much, still doesn't have much, so the only thing to do was literally hang around in the streets, keep yourself busy with something else, or play sport. I just had all this energy and I wanted to keep myself busy, and sport became my safe haven.
I think I was 6 or 7. I envisioned myself as one of the superstars playing abroad at the age of 8, 7. Yeah, because I was playing with the boys. I did think that I would make it, but I didn't know how I would make it.
I always liked doing these adventures in life. So I was working in the Kruger National Park and I was learning to be a game ranger. I got involved in a car accident. I ended up getting paralyzed from waist going down. Yeah, I had so much obsession in walking again. And I thought, I'm not gonna look good again. Am I gonna be that Sandra again that I was? Now I'm just sitting here. By then, I saw it as the worst thing that can happen to a human being. Even going to the shops, when people look at you, you feel like maybe they're not seeing anything good on me. And you keep trying, pushing yourself backwards, like what I was, because I felt that was the best. And what I was then, it was just not good.
I knew I wanted to be the fastest woman in South Africa. I knew what my purpose was at that young age, but a lot of battles and challenges that I faced within my career.
I remember actually there was a time in 2009 we went out to Tanzania, and I actually took unpaid leave for 2 weeks, unpaid leave from work, because I made the SAA team to go play in Tanzania, and we won, by the way. But yeah, I had to take 2 weeks unpaid leave.
It's quite a big challenge, because like some athletes, all they do is training. They don't have to think of work, but you know, you have to work because you need the money.
I used to do jobs outside football that actually gave me income to feed my family. I used to drive to Linksfield, after Linksfield, Randburg, to Bisa, just to get that amount of money so I can feed my family. I am my mom's firstborn, and I have siblings, younger siblings, that I take to school. I have my own life that I need to cater for, and my salary compared to the man's salary is at, I would say, maybe 20% or 30% of what the men are getting. Just generalizing, especially in the world.
It's like two ways, female athletes and also being a disabled athlete. Most of the time, like as a person with disability, you seem not to be paid like the able bodies, but they don't know you put so much work. You put so much work like any other athlete, like as a female athlete. And like with me, I'm a mom, I'm leaving my kids at home, and something must show that why I'm leaving those kids at home and going to do what I'm doing. Something must show. There must be results coming out of that, and obvious also finances. But yeah, results were coming, but finances not there. As an athlete, generally, you need to always like take care of yourself, like medical, you know that. So you should be sorted, like transportation, you should be sorted. It's those things that you should never like think of or stress about. All you just need to stress about is your performance, but not finances, that you should have enough. So now you have a challenge now that you have to work and work out. And you're an elite athlete.
It's a conversation that women in sport have been having for quite some time, right? I'm not too sure if we're still using the same excuses, or it's just the power dynamics or the dynamics of sport altogether in terms of gender.
Knowing that I wanted to be the fastest and being the fastest from a very young age, I kind of felt like it was owed to me to go to the Olympic Games, but then life hit, reality hit, and I had to go for a hip arthroscopy just before the 2012 Olympics, and I was like, damn, that's not gonna happen, you know? And then to go through that phase of downtime and figuring out, what are you doing, Alyssa? You know, you're not fast anymore, so what are you doing? And yeah.
One of the biggest challenges in any athlete's career is injuries. Injuries have a way of either showing you the end of the road or showing you that there's another road.
I almost gave up in 2021 when...
It seems the tide is starting to change.
I do think more and more we're trying to look for people who've got that little something else, because you know, everybody can be a job spec.
I don't think that people are aware of the value of invisible CVs.
This social experiment is a positive sign that women can and should more proudly own the traits that come naturally to them. If you'd like to start including these invisible success codes in your own CV, visit sheownshersuccess.co.za. Momentum, your journey to success.
Welcome back, everybody. All right, a quick reminder, we still remember that we are the stars that we are, right? Still on live broadcast, so those phones, make sure we're still looking good, sit up, smile, and let's enjoy it. Are we feeling refreshed, ladies? Yes. Are we feeling ready for the second half of the day? Yes. All right. Just check your neighbor quickly. Say, neighbor, are you ready? Are you ready? Which means the phone is out, okay? Wonderful. We love it. We're back. And what better way for us to come back and switch gears a little bit than a fantastic live performance. Are we ready for a live performance? She is one of South Africa's most distinctive and captivating voices through her music, storytelling, a sound of beautiful blends of jazz, classical, as well as African influences. She has made a mark both at home and on stages around the world. And today, she embraces our stage, ladies and gentlemen, with a woo-woo and a alilili and everything all put together. Let's give it up for the extraordinary Zoe Madika.
There would be blood on my hands if it didn't shake the world that I was here. And it's not some self-love mantra, 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 mantra. I just know we're not created in vain. No. So get into your lane. Oh. Good afternoon, Queens. My name is Zoe Madika, intokazi yasemgungundlovu umzukulu kaNomthandazo. So beautiful to be here as we own our success. Thank you, Momentum. I wanna know, I'm a recovering people pleaser. Sometimes I let it for your thoughts. I've just gotta know, are you a keen receiver of the heart that I let pour out there? Did I do my thing for you? Did the note ring long after I sang it? Did you catch a feeling? Oh, did I do it for you? I'm on an assignment with an existential crisis. If you look into my eye clearest, you see where my honest is. Quietly desperate that you notice my commitment and my focus. Miles ahead and my head is, but I ask in the present, did I do my thing? Did I do it for you? Did the note ring long after I sang it? Did you catch a feel? Oh, did I do it for you? Did I do my thing for you? Did the note ring long, long after I sang it? Did you catch a feel? Oh, did I do it for you? Oh, did I do it for you? For you, for you, for you, for you, for you, didn't I am them with plenty. I'm them with much. I am them with many. Them called such and such. It isn't lost with me. It's seen, ambiguity so pristine. It's recognized with me. It seems it's safely stored as it should be. I am them who carry a wide eternity. I am them who carry a wide eternity. Queens, we carry eternity. Yes, we do. I carry the green. I carry vitality. Host of in between. Yet my garden is neat. Yes, it is. I tended to the weeds. This is my legacy. Oh, I am free. Oh, divine feminine energy.
got a bit of a little surprise. She was expecting to perform her next song. But one of the things we pride ourselves here at Momentum, specifically at She Owns Her Success, is to be a girl's girl, right? We just want to take this moment to celebrate you. Your boldness, being yourself, standing out, and confidently owning your space. We see it, we celebrate it, and we know you're coming back a little bit later on, but by then everybody will be up dancing, so we wanted to take a pause to say thank you for being a voice in our generation and a contributor to not only music, but storytelling. You are exactly what this generation needs. One more time, Zoe Mudika, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you, mama. All right, run along. You're about to cry. Don't cry. Please don't cry. She's coming back later. Keep the lashes on. Let's give a round of applause, everybody. Yes, darling. Yes. How gorgeous is she? Absolutely amazing. We absolutely love to see incredible young women doing amazing things. All right, we're getting into our next conversation. Are we ready? Yes. Success isn't just about reaching a number. It's about what that number unlocks, ladies. Freedom, influence, the choice of power, and the choice to have the next move to shape what's next. Of course, the higher you climb, the more weight you have to carry, but ambition gets you to the top. The big question is, does staying there take something else? At the top, the crown may look glamorous, but it carries weight. What does it take to keep growing when you've already made it? I want you to simmer on that thought a little bit. Today, we're going behind the crown with two extraordinary women who know exactly what it takes and who will be sharing lessons, sacrifices, and resilience that has shaped their journeys to the top. It gives me a great pleasure to welcome, and you'll help me with the claps and the screams. I love these ladies. Maria Parulis, a carpenter, who is a strategist and head of Momentum Multiply. Maria's career spans through entrepreneurship, financial services, and health innovation, where she leads and has led transformation solutions that have benefited, wait for it, millions of South Africans. Can we give a round of applause and a cheer for Maria? Hello, mama. How are you? And joining her today for the conversation is former UCT Vice Chancellor, Professor Mamokgeta Phakeng, a respected academic and a globally recognized mathematician whose leadership through periods of transformation offers a unique perspective on success at the highest level. She looks amazing. Make some noise for Prof.
We are winning.
You're winning.
Guys, let's go again. No, it's 1 minute.
I hope you guys can already see what kind of party this is going to be. This is the conversation that I've definitely been looking out for. Mom, they thought you were going to fall there. They don't know you. They should follow you on Instagram. You've climbed Kilimanjaro. This step is absolutely nothing. Ladies, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Let me be honest, a little bit of intimidation I'm feeling. I've looked at your resumes, your profiles, and I'm going, wow, what have I done with my life? And I think many times when we interact with women like yourselves, that's the first thing we see, the success, being at the top. Take me back to the early 80s. I see it already. I want to say there was an afro, but there's an afro now. I want to say when the waist was this small, the waist is still this small. Tell me about that girl, because I think we are confronted by your success. Take me back.
Thank you very much, Rory. I mean, if truth be told, I was the boring chick.
Really?
Yeah.
I could have never imagined.
I was the boring chick.
Yeah?
I started school in Marapiani under a tree at the village of Marapiani.
Okay.
I went to 7 different schools in 12 years of basic education. And I did matric at Hebron. In fact, only 1 of the 7 schools that I went to still exists today. All of them have either changed names or closed down. So this village school that I went to used to be Hebron College of Education. We were the matriculants, I was in the last group of matric. I finished matric in '83. Yes, I am 60 and I am proud. I was the boring chick.
Yeah.
I was the boring chick. I went to university in 1984.
Yeah.
And I was one of those underage students because my birthday is at the end of the year.
Oh, okay.
In November. Okay. So I was 16 going for 17.
Okay.
If you think I'm small now, imagine me then.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to know what I was, but I was in a very poor family. I mean, when I talk about our kind of poverty, my mother was a domestic worker. So, in fact, when I went to start grade 1, the reason I went to the village is because my mother was going back to high school just so that she can go up to grade 10, Form 3 at that time, JC, so that she can go to the college and to do a PTC. So when I'm talking about the kind of poverty where you go and borrow salt next door. Borrow salt.
Meaning it's
well, yes, because that was the level of poverty in the township. And the difference with poverty at that time is that you were exposed to the poverty, but not to the inequality. Because you had no idea that there are other young people your age who are having a different life.
Sure.
Most families in the township were poor. And that's why I know that the salt doesn't live the yard in an African family after sunset. It's because we went to borrow it. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not dead. Okay, so... but that's... That's the 80s. The 80s in South Africa politically were a difficult time. I mean, people know 76. That's the year I turned 10. But the 80s, I started university in 1984. Politically, it was a state of emergency. I went to the University of Botswana. I'm one of those people who the homeland system happened to. In fact, I chose to study mathematics at a time when Verwoerd had said that's not done by black people, let alone by women.
Sure.
Okay, so I went to university in 1984 in Mafikeng, and in a way, as bad an apartheid project the homelands were, they were a huge opportunity. Because the University of Botswana, there were protests and everything. At that time, it was the time at higher education where an injury to one was an injury to all. So there would be a protest at University of the North that had nothing to do with us, that had something to do with their food. And then our student leaders would tell us, we are not going to school.
Sure.
Because University of the North is closed, or Forte is closed, or Zululand is closed. So that was the years of 1980. Those were the years, 1985, 86, it was the years when Clearest was the Minister of Education in apartheid South Africa. And, you know, if you know, Bophuthatswana owned Mabatu was the capital, but there's Mahikeng, which wasn't Bophuthatswana. It's crazy, right? But Clearest would come and speak in Mahikeng, not in Mabatu. And the university was in Mabatu. But the student leaders in Mabatu would say, Clearest can't speak here. And then the protests would erupt. So that was my growing up in the 80s. But education was valued in my family.
You know what I'm curious to think? You've mentioned many things that would have made me go, okay, maybe I can't be a mathematician. And I'm going to come back to you in terms of what was the thought process to keep pursuing that. Sure. Maria, take me back 25 years ago. What was that girl thinking? Is it that far back?
I'm like, I'm
but
not
what were you thinking? You're not a mathematician, but like... Are you calculating the maths? It's a couple of years, let's put it like that.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a decade or two.
No, we must correct Maria. I'm a teacher, Maria. No, don't be intimidated. Of course, I studied pure mathematics in undergrad. But I'm a teacher at heart.
At heart. The educator next to you, 25 years ago, take me back. What were you thinking? You're in your early 20s, life ahead of you. Did you think you would be the woman that you are now?
Not at all. Yeah, not at all. My now is shaped by what it was, my formative years. And I think all of us have touched on, everybody that's been on stage, and some of the questions as well, like, what is success? And what is success to you? What is your number? I've got a number for you. No. So what is your number? And for me, my definition of success, fortunately, there are only like 5 men in this room. So I grew up with 6 brothers.
Sure.
Wow.
I was the only girl, and my success was being better than them.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a small clock, but it's clocked.
And I'm Greek Cypriot, and so in a Greek family, girls are second-class citizens because the men, they get the name and they get to continue the family, and girls are there to support.
Sure.
So my growing up days in the Eastern Cape, next to Alice, from East London. Thank you. Wow. Us East Londoners don't normally get that kind of response. I'm so pleased. I should have led with that. And so growing up in East London with these 6 brothers and deciding that I was going to be better than them, in a family where they would say, Maria, go help your mother in the kitchen. And I don't have to give you the details.
Yeah, no,
the other day, my kids, we went down to East London to visit my mom, and she says to them, oh, boys, let me tell you about your mother. She was 3 years old. She came down the stairs, she took a tray, and she insisted on serving everybody. And I thought, huh, God has given me this gift. And then she looks at my boys and she says, little did I know. And I'm like, just stop the rest of the story, Mom. And they're laughing and they're like, and you still ask us to help you all the time, Mom? I'm like, yes, it's different now.
Yeah.
But success was, I must be better than them. I'm going to show them. I'm not going back to the kitchen. I deserve a seat at the table.
Sure.
And that was, yeah.
I think just listening to the both of you, I can hear the odds. I can hear the boundaries that were already set before you even charted out on your dreams and the things you wanted to achieve. What's the discipline? There's political instability. There are social constructs that say you can't be who you want to be. What keeps you focused to getting to the seat you're sitting in now? I'll start with you, Ma.
I mean, for me, when I was young, the drive was, I don't want poverty.
Okay.
I didn't want any piece of it. I would dream even about the ice cream that will be in my fridge when I'm flying. You know, about the amount of ice cream, because even beetroot.
Sure.
Because there were little things that were luxuries that we didn't know. I mean, the toilet is outside, all this inconvenience.
Yeah.
And at Christmas, that's when the fridge works.
True.
And that's when the beetroot is there, that's when the pumpkin is there.
Yeah.
You know, so it was, I always, and I have a sister who's like 18 months younger than me, and we grew up like twins. And we would sit and I would say to her, we're gonna be fine. So for me, as a young person, the drive was run away from poverty. My dad had said, the best way to get out of poverty is education.
Sure.
So the rule at home was everybody goes to university. And he said, if you don't want to go to university, you get out of my house.
Okay.
Yeah. So my sister had to repeat matric so that she gets a university entrance. Even though she had passed, she had to repeat. Because
the goal was university.
The rule in the house was everyone goes to university. So that was the route. And he said, you don't want to suffer? You go to university, get your degree, be the best in whatever you want to do. And I recall that one day I said to him, but what if I want to be a tea girl? And he said, well, you're going to have to be the best tea girl in the world. And you're going to have to learn that at university. And I said, which university? He said, I don't know.
Find it.
You find it. You know, so being excellent was something that we were raised with.
Sure.
That excellence is the only way out of poverty.
Yeah.
So be consistent, work hard, be excellent. Otherwise, you're going to be poor for the rest of your life. That's, As I grew older, it was different because you get to particular levels, all right? And you earn. I mean, Rory, I have earned every accolade. I've got every award.
Sure.
You know, I got the presidential order before I even became vice chancellor. I didn't even know what this presidential order is. I can recall. They sent me a letter and, there was no fanfare, and Professor Makgoba came to us to see me. I was working at UNISA at the time.
Yeah.
And she said, Kheti, I've come here to explain to you what a presidential order is. Because it seems you don't understand. Because I became a professor before I turned 40. Sure. And the issue is that you go outside the poverty now. Poverty is no longer the issue now. Now I discovered that I can't be the only one who get this, right? When I got my doctorate.
Yeah.
Right? I don't want to be the only one who's got a doctorate, because when I got my doctorate, I was told that I was the first Black African, South African woman to get a PhD in mathematics education, right? And that was 2002. So I didn't want to be the last.
Yeah.
Right? So now the challenge is I don't want to be the last. So what do I do? So I start doing things, and we can talk about that later, but things not to be the last, right? And then I discovered, oh, I don't look too bad. No, seriously. Otherwise, I thought I'm just another girl because I was the boring chick. I was completely undateable at university. Nobody wanted to date me.
Are you sure?
Oh, of course, of course. Maybe they were scared of me, I don't know. But when I discovered that I don't look too bad, I thought, shoo. There was this thing, because it's after 94. I mean, Mina Mandela found me with a degree, guys. My degree, I got it in 1987.
Yeah.
In 1988, I started working. I was a graduate. By the time he came, I had an honors degree. I was doing a master. I was earning a salary.
Do you know what I'm getting from?
I'm just saying.
Yes, you are just saying.
But let me explain. Here's the thing.
I want to understand, when did you get to the top? Because it feels you've been there for a while.
Let me explain. Let me explain this democracy, the Mandela moment. What the Mandela moment did for the country, it opened up for Black people. As good as that was, there was also a perception that we don't have to do anything. Our skin gets us to the top. And if you don't look too bad as a woman, was like even sleeping your way to the top. So people would make comments. So I thought to myself, you know, I got to make sure that there's no doubt.
Sure.
Did I drive myself? I published. I was supervising students. I was doing community work. Before I finished my PhD, I was going to sessions about what a rating, how do you get a rating as a scientist? It is not compulsory, by the way. But I was going to those sessions. I was asking questions because I thought, you know, when you don't look too bad and you're Black and you're a woman, then there's perceptions. And so I wanted to walk into a room and my rating announces me.
You know, that sounds like...
But it's a burden. It's not always a good thing.
I was about to say that this is what we mean by the weight of the crowd. Is that essentially many of the things that you've listed, and I'm coming to you with this one, is leadership, right? Is now that I'm here, what now? How far, in terms of a reach of leadership, should we be conscious of when we're at the top? And what that means for others who come after us?
So thinking about what drives me, and it continues to drive me in my leadership position, it's always been a burning desire. So whatever I'm doing, there's a burning desire. So it was a burning desire to beat my brothers.
Yes.
They're like much older than me. It's kind of funny now, but I do like telling them that they're much older than me as well. But so it was this drive, and I would give myself goals. So at university, first year university cost 20,000 Rand. And I put the sign up and I said, Mom and Dad are paying 20,000 Rand. And we weren't wealthy. And especially they had so many kids to feed and put through school. And for us, university was an absolute. Everybody goes to university. So education was always, let's get out of where we are, educate. And so I said, 20,000 Rand, I put the sign up. I was like, every time I would be like, I don't feel like studying. I'm going to go out drinking. I went to Rhodes in Grahamstown. So there was always...
Context.
So it was often, should I go out? You'd lie with a sign on your door saying, I'm out. But you were in studying. That's how bad it is there. And I would look at the sign and say, I can't do this to mom and dad. I'm going to pass, I'm going to pass. And my brothers had all done engineering, and they had taken 6 years or 7 years to get their degrees. And I was like, I'm going to do it in 3 years.
Yep.
Yeah. And then I get that 3 years and then do my honors, and ultimately, no one cares.
Sure.
And so realizing that was such a big, and it took me a long time to realize it. So what am I chasing, and who am I chasing it for? And that moment of realization was when you think, okay, so is this the top? So I was 27, working at Standard Bank, running a reverse factoring team, and everybody was like, wow, you're so young to be running this. I'm like, am I? I don't know. And complete burnout. All you're doing is working and lots of partying at night, and it was investment banking, so it was lots and lots of fun. And then thinking, is this it?
Yeah.
What is this? Am I having fun? I'm not sure, And then I decided, no, that's it. I'm going to move to London without much thought.
Okay.
So the theme of today is always plan. That hasn't always been mine.
Pretty much stays the same.
Sometimes you can get to where you need to go without the plan. Doesn't mean you shouldn't plan. You should plan. But if you haven't planned, like, what is failure? Okay, so my success has never been linear. And so I went to London and then met my husband, who was South African, working in Italy, and then moved back to South Africa, and I'm going to be very happy. I don't have to be at the top. I'm going to be very happy. I want a family, and we're going to build this amazing dream life and a white picket fence. It's going to be amazing. And when you have that drive and that burning desire, you always end up just, I believe, because for me it's always been this way, somehow, if you're meant to lead, you will lead.
Sure.
And it might be things that I heard growing up. You're so bossy. My dad would say, Maria, radio. He's like, have you swallowed a radio? Yeah. Stop. How? Why are you talking so? I said, there's a problem and I'm going to solve it. Okay? And that's that leadership. And now, one more point. Alana mentioned it earlier, how becoming a mom changed her. Absolutely changed me. Softened me. Motherhood and grief have been my biggest teachers. So motherhood, I was like, oh, here's my burning desire. My kids, my husband, my kids, we're going to build this beautiful family. And then grief taught me, for what? You know, for what? And those two lessons I use on a daily basis when I'm leading, because firstly, what a privilege to lead.
Yeah.
And what is leadership? It's you, the team. It's kind of like when the audience are clapping for us, yeah, but we don't exist without you because we're here for you. And it's that understanding of the servant leadership.
Yeah.
And this is a privilege, and I have risen to the top and then lost everything. So about that planning whole thing, yeah. So it's not advisable. Crash and burn.
Come full circle.
Yeah, full circle.
Full circle.
And then you go, I know. So when people are, my team members, if people are suffering, I can feel it.
Sure.
I feel it. I'm like, this too will pass. This too will pass.
And you mean it.
And I mean it. And I know they're going to be okay.
Sure. Yeah. I love that. As we continue in our conversation, I'm going to ask you what advice you have for everyone. But I find that when people are doing well, all of a sudden people have advice for you. Am I making sense? You know, when you just get yourself and say, oh, by the way, just do it like this. Oh, you want to do this, do it like this. What advice have you ignored? And just said, you know what, thank you so much, but it's a miss. In your journey, in leadership, in making it to the top, because people then want to contribute to you making it to the top.
My family would say I ignored everything. Okay. I ignored all the advice because I didn't, and I had to be very comfortable with people disagreeing with everything I did in my life. And that was hard. Yeah. That was so hard because I really believed that I had to earn love. And I worked super hard to earn love. Because that's why I needed to be the best, because you know, the girls, 6 brothers, somehow everyone's like, oh, but you must have been so spoiled. Not really, because I had to beat them at everything. I was pretty tired all the time. And so to understand, I'm trying to earn everybody's love and respect, and then, but Maria, you need to get married young, and then you need to get back to the kitchen. And my dad said to me, you must get a degree, but don't be too clever. I went, oh, but what if I am clever? Yeah, well, whatever, I'll show you too. And so, yeah, no, I'm just thinking about my dad telling me this advice. I'm like lost in that thought. I should have said this. Yeah, no, but I didn't. Yeah. So that advice ignored. I got married at 31. I was pregnant on my wedding day. It just continues, you know. So I ignored all the advice. But I definitely can say I did it my way.
You did it your way.
Yeah.
Prof, what advice did you ignore?
You know, the one advice that I ignored, I wish I didn't, was my mother said to me, never cry in public, especially at work. She said, never cry at work. If you cry at work, go to the bathroom, lock the cubicle, cry, wipe the tears, and go back to the room. And she said, they will never respect you. And I internalized that advice. And, you know, after this long journey, actually, even post-retirement, I've been reflecting. I shouldn't have taken that advice. Because what that advice did for me, first of all, it taught me to keep my tears in. And so people think you never have pain because you never cry. But the second thing that it did is that it made me resent the women who cry.
Yeah,
the women who cry in a meeting, in the office.
Sure.
I'd have a tissue and I put it there. I go and drink water because I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I wish I never listened, because it made me realize they've got the script wrong, man. We don't do this.
Don't cry, we're tough.
We don't do that. No, we cry in the bathroom. This is work. Because that's what my mother had taught me. And that made me survive. You know, but later in my career, especially when I was vice chancellor, it didn't work for me. Because, I mean, the only time I remember crying and allowing people to cry and not feeling uncomfortable was when maybe a student has committed suicide, the parents are here, or I go to them and we cry together and we pray together. But otherwise, I didn't. And it sort of makes you not appreciate what the people are going through when they cry. So I wish I hadn't taken that advice. Now, I work, I've got a mentorship program and I work with my mentees. I tell them, you'll cry, baby girl.
It's okay.
You'll cry in the boardroom. I mean, I can remember, Rory, I became Vice Chancellor June 2018. And I can remember a meeting of the board of the council June 2019 or July. And a moment in that council meeting that I should have cried. And I looked at the chair and I said, fire me if you want. 2019, people will not know. You'll get it in the book when I publish it. But not now. Gotta be smart about these things.
Yes, you have to. I was about to say, please don't tell us much.
No.
Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there.
But crying is valuable. Because if you don't cry, even when the other person is in the wrong, because the other person was in the wrong. They were misbehaving, they were not doing their job properly. And here I am saying, fire me. Now, what it does is that it changes things. Now, I'm the one who's wrong. Did you see what I mean? Whereas if I had cried, maybe even just took my tissue and went, ran to the bathroom, it would have still been better, because then people would have recognized the wrong and the pain. So I made it look like it's not painful, because then I waited to cry at home with my children. But
Can I tell you what that says to me? And And I think many of us are like that in the room, that being at the top and sustaining being at the top means you can't show any emotion.
Yeah.
Being a good leader in that place means, I'd rather say, then fire me, than for me to express that this is not fair.
Yeah.
A lot of us, when we get to the top, we don't know how to sustain it because there's pressure.
Yeah.
We're stepping outside of ourselves to sustain this, want to say, achievement. Is there a finish line?
No.
It sounds like getting to the top could be pretty exhausting. Or is there more after you've reached the top?
There is always more. Always, always. There is no finish line. I mean, when I got the topic for today, the way to the crown, it's like, the crown? Do I have a crown?
I'm not too sure.
I'm not so sure. Like,
you do. Can we affirm her? She's got the crown.
So, there will always be something more that you want. Be clear for yourself, because it's got to be worth it.
Yeah.
And I love working. I love working. It's almost like when I had to admit it to people, it was like, because I hate work, and I hate, like, yeah.
I love my job.
But I actually love working, and I've worked for myself. I've had businesses, and in corporate, in and out of corporate, and the people really matter. I love the people that I work with. I must love the people that I work with. Otherwise, they get to know about it. But
so cute.
I love creating something and having meaning and purpose. And now, with Multiply, I'm focused on wellness. And wellness has been my personal journey with wellness. So it was so perfect. So I've had this decades of technology, and then I've had my own personal growth story with wellness and health and mental well-being, and they all came together in this one role. Beautiful. I was like, wow, it's so perfect. Yeah. So perfect. So I work exceptionally hard.
Sure.
And I have to make sacrifices, but they're not sacrifices when you love it.
Sure.
So, and I really love it. And my husband's going to say, but she does work too much. Yeah. But he's not here. So, and there's times, though, where you do have to have this wake-up call. And physically, your body will tell you those times. And the body always keeps the score. The body knows what's going on. Your body is the receipt of all the purchases and the transactions that you've made. And the older you get, the more you start realizing and waking up to it.
Yeah.
And the other day I saw a clip where it showed, it was like sliding doors. What could happen if you take one choice versus the other? And it was an old man. And the choices that he had led to, and the one side of his life, he was putting on a wearable device on his wrist, and on the other side, he was putting on a hospital bracelet. I was like, wow, that's so powerful.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good. And so now my goal is wellness and a healthy relationship with work and a healthy relationship with the different shadow selves that I have. So I have struggled with shame. So there's a lot of, because if you're going to do something that's always against what everybody's telling you to do, even though you're like, I'm doing it because it's so much fun, you're ashamed because they're telling you should be. That's so embarrassing. How could you have done that? I'm like, I did it. And so my success now is I just want to be so deliriously comfortable in myself.
Yes.
Yeah. And whether people think I've made it or not, I don't care. Just like they didn't care what all the decisions, ultimately, they didn't care what I was doing with my life. I don't want to care either, and I don't want to judge people. I want to just, you do you, I love you the way you are, and I love me the way I am. That's success.
So beautiful. So beautiful. I feel like a lot of what you ladies are speaking about goes beyond just you, the work, the success that you've acquired over the years and the accolades, but also a sense of legacy. Prof, we want to go to the audience, but I quickly want to sneak this one in. What's the legacy goal? You've made it to the top. You gave us a bit of your resume, and we're like, okay. but you say, I didn't want to be the only one. So talk to me about legacy and what that looks like for you.
I mean, for me, legacy is what remains when I'm gone. Not even when I'm out of office. It's even when I'm not in this world anymore. So when I finished my PhD, because I didn't want to be the last, I started the Adopt a Learner Foundation in 2003.
Okay.
We turned 21 last year.
Oh, wow.
We're supporting students who support students who completed their matric in a village or a township. And there's a good reason why. Any family that allows their children to finish matric at a township or a village means they really, really are poor. They're at the bottom of the bottomest. I don't care what results they got, as long as they pass matric.
Sure.
Whether they want to go to nursing or whatever, because nobody wants to fund them because they didn't get the distinctions. But how could they get the distinction if they go to such a school? Right. Now, the other important thing about the Adopt a Learner Foundation is that I don't raise funds for it. I've never raised funds. I work for the money. And the reason is that if you raise money, if you raise funds from corporates to the foundation, they give you the rules. They say if she fails this and she gets it, then they don't no longer fund the student. In Adopt a Learner, the rule is we sit in with the student. If they fail, we want to know what's the problem. We want to solve the problem until they graduate.
Sure.
So all but one, there's only one student since I started the foundation in 2003 who hasn't graduated. Okay, but all of them, some of them take double the time or more, and they've got different needs, so it's not about paying fees and rest only. Sometimes they have no place to stay and so on and so forth. But all the money I work for.
Sure.
And then when I became VC at UCT, again, I thought it was at a difficult time. People forgot. It was at a time when fees must fall was still in place. If you are a UCTer, you'll know that at UCT there was also Shackville. So the Burning of the Arts and so on. So Rosemassault, Burning of the Arts.
Yeah.
So there were lots of students who were sitting at home, they had completed their degrees, but they never graduated.
Yeah.
Because they were owing the university 30,000, 100,000, whatever. And there I was, I get appointed.
At the top again.
At the top, but in June, the students wrote the exam in tents in the rugby field. I start in July.
Sure.
Okay? And now there must be an inauguration. 3 million rand is budgeted for that. And I said, I don't want the party. We take the money, we're going to rescue the students who've been sitting at home since 2015. And of course, but this is disrespectful of the tradition.
Yeah.
It's disruptive, what I'm doing. And of course, those people who know me will know that I'm generally disruptive for good.
Yeah.
If tradition doesn't serve us, we must dispense with it. So that's the reason I didn't have an inauguration. And what we did, on the day when those students were graduating, I said, I'll be the guest speaker. No speeches about me. It's graduation ceremony. So I waited until December. I started in July, but waited until December for graduations. And the first graduation ceremony was for those students. And then I gave a speech for that. And what I did, from month one as Vice Chancellor, I gave 20% of my salary to a student financial aid program for Black African, South African, and colored, so-called colored South African women postgraduate students. Why? Because I had done the numbers and I realized that those were in the minority in the postgraduate programs, the ones who are studying at UCT. But the reason one does that is because I thought, you know, you leading in this university, as much as I suffered, I know that I've gone through other people's favor.
Yeah.
And I want, when my journey is done, I want many people's life to have been touched, to have been changed for the better.
Can we agree that Prof is exactly that? Sure. Tracy, What a conversation. I know we're out of time, but I do want to get a couple of questions in. What's happening that side?
Listen, we definitely have to try. I must first tell you, I have never seen as many emojis in my life during a conversation, during anything else. All I'm seeing is flames, flowers, applause, heart emojis, you name it. People are absolutely loving the conversation. But here's a question for you, Maria. Someone wants to know, how do you overcome the feeling of loneliness that comes with growth and chasing success?
Yeah, it's a bugger, hey? So that feeling of loneliness, if you are clear as to why you are doing what you are doing, that loneliness will dissipate.
Yeah.
If you are not clear, you will be lonely. You will be lonely because you are successful and you will turn around, you will be alone, potentially, or you will not be alone, but you will be lonely. And so I found, and these were big lessons for me, and that the ability to be clear on what I want. And a lot of the work was, again, body work. Yeah. Let me explain that. Getting back into my body. So I'm excellent at disassociating. So I will live next to my body to not feel pain and to not experience what's actually happening in the room with me.
Yeah.
So I had to do work to get into my body. So work like cold plunging. Highly recommend it. Highly, highly. Even this last week with the worst cold in Johannesburg. And TRE, tremming, if cold plunging isn't for you, tremming is excellent. These are practices that get you into your body so that you can work with these difficult emotions. And I found when I use words to try and help in coaching, so in executive coaching, words can only go so far. So overcoming loneliness, I say, this is what you should do. You should get a friend. Yes, that's excellent advice. That's what's missing. You cannot receive the love of a friend when you're in a state of whatever state you're in.
Yeah.
So you're in a state of survival, you're in a state of just trying to make it. And if you have had issues with money, what I've seen is that takes a really long time to recover. And you might be experiencing this loneliness, but actually your body's just still in shock because you didn't work through that trauma, that traumatic experience. Do the body work.
Sure.
Yeah.
Oh, man. This probably goes down as one of my favorite conversations. Thank you so much, ladies. Can we give them a round of applause? We're so grateful. Please, let's give them a round of applause.
Can I give you a hug?
Yes, please. Thank you. I appreciate you guys so much. Prof, thank you. Wow! Oh, man. Who's feeling good right now? Just a show of hands. We're feeling real good, right? Tracy, I think it's competition time. For all those people who've been working hard on those emojis, let's give you something to win.
Agreed, Rory. Now, I think we need to have just a little bit of fun because, let's face it, not all of us are wearing that crown just yet. So, to be entered into the draw to win another field bar, please answer the following question. And please be honest. If you were queen for a day, what would you delegate first? A, your inbox. B, cooking and cleaning. C, family logistics. Or D, difficult conversations. Or how about E, all of the above? Let us see. While the answers come in, how are we feeling in the audience? All of the above. I think that makes a lot of sense indeed. Actually, while we're still waiting for the poll to come through, I think it's going really fast at the moment, so we're trying to catch up at the moment. Let's just go through a few of the comments that have come through. Beatrice said, you know, what she heard constantly coming through in the conversation was be consistent and go the extra mile for yourself. I think that was so incredibly prominent. And also that leaders are human too.
Yeah.
They feel the pain, they feel the hurt. It really just is really tough. So comments have come through. Interesting. This is a very interesting poll. I was with everyone else here with all of the above. Rory, how did you feel?
All of the above, definitely.
All of the above. Cooking and cleaning is at the top with 52%.
Really?
52%.
Can I disagree? Guys, emails on a Monday morning.
I'll take the emails any day, I must admit. Okay, Rory, over to you.
Man. So can we, so online it's cooking and cleaning? In the house is above all. All of the above. Above all of the above. Keep those comments coming. We really do love hearing from you. And this just shows us that we're all human. And go all, you know? And all of us just need a bit of a pause. And it's beautiful to know that we're not alone on our journey. We're moving into our final session for the afternoon. Can you believe it? Can we give it up for all our speakers so far? They say your network is your net worth. Yeah, the ladies are going, yes. The people you surround yourself with aren't just connections, they are catalysts. They open doors, spark opportunities, and possibly play a part in your rise to greatness. Let's take a look at the power of influence and why who you know can be the most valuable investment of all. Today, we have incredible ladies joining us, and they share a friendship of over 27 years. That deserves a round of applause. Many of us don't make it that long. That in itself proves that our network really does matter and helps us get to our success. How intentional should a woman be with the crew that they build their lives with? Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome entrepreneur, business leader. I love her. You've got to make noise for her. Kiwaka Osjohara Vakhalvela coming through. Come on, we can do better than that. Hello. No, today our panelists, come on. Don't play with us. Joining her is her human influence. She's a human influence strategist, Katie Mohammed, founder and CEO of Brand Fusion, and the author of an award-winning book, Brave Today, with over 3 decades in broadcasting and communications. It's a great pleasure to have her with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Katie. Hello. Gorgeous. Just gorgeous. I want to be part of this friendship group. How do I apply? Ladies, talk to me a little bit about how you met.
So I met Katie many years ago while she was still at SABC. And she actually was Bassi's friend. Chomi, you tell it better.
Okay, so working at the SABC, of course, Bassi was in production and I was friends with Bassi. And I remember there was an event and Bassi introduced me to Joe and said, hey, this is, Katie Mohammed. She just turned and she looked at Bassi and she said, I'm going to steal your friend.
Oh, okay. Straight up.
And here we are, 25 plus odd years later.
Absolutely fabulous.
Absolutely love that. What was stealable about her?
I think character, I think her poise, and obviously her technical ability and, her years at SABC, I still had a program then, so it made sense at that time of my life to align with her. But I think over the years, it has been obviously our values. Yeah. And I always say that, with friends, you need to be able to watch out who you align yourself with and curate your life intentionally, because the friends you align with, don't you worry, people are going to judge you about the company you are keeping. So, we like to be able to have that friend, man, you want to adopt because you think you're going to improve. Well, outside when you're not there, they think you are the same. That's where it's, yeah.
I want to speak about intentionality, because I think sometimes, we're friends for a number of reasons. We went to varsity together. We work together. Yeah. We kind of get along. Is there a sense of intentionality that we should have with the people who get to be closest to us? Let me come to you, Katie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think intention is one of the most important things in life. And I think as women, we have to be intentional of the people that we want to hang out with, because those are the women that are going to help us grow. They're going to help us move through our lives, through our partners, through our children, through our other friendships. And I think being intentional is bigger than just the word intention. It is an activation. How do you activate that relationship? So how do you move from intention to intentionally activate your friendships?
I love that. Intentional is more than that. Friendships tend to have moments, highs and lows, ladies.
True.
Yes. Where we are on par, I get every beat you are going with. Then there are times when your life seems to be going in a different direction and mine in another.
Faster pace.
Faster pace. I was scared to say it, but yes. Right?
Yeah.
And just finding that balance to allow my friend to be the best that they can be while I figure myself out. Because if I see my network as my net worth, I may be pressured to always be on par with everyone. How do you handle that?
I think that it is important to be able to understand that each journey is different, and therefore our successes are not going to be the same. But I do believe that with friendships as well, you know, friends have to be able to empower friends. And because why should I hang around you if you're not going to be able to open a door? Three, indeed. But it is...
Why are we friends?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because I think ultimately you have people that you really like and you want to keep in your life, but you want to be able to ensure that their life is also progressing. So your network should certainly be your net worth. And I think that has been very true in my life. And I've got some amazing networks globally and locally that really have impacted my net worth.
Yeah. Let me take it here. Comparison. Because it creeps in. I'm watching you. You're growing, you're doing well. I'm probably struggling at this point. How have you guys navigated comparing and seeing your lives as almost a race with each other?
I think I slightly disagree with Joe when we talk about network and net worth, and I know I call her out sometimes. I believe that your network shapes your net worth. It's not always about, oh, I have wealthy friends that I need to be, you know, extremely wealthy. It's the access, it's the opportunities, and I think that's the most important, the value that you bring to each other. So when we do navigate that, it is sitting and actually looking at how we are growing and how we are allowing ourselves to grow within the spaces that we are in. So we also kind of stick to our lane, but we meet each other along the way.
Yeah. I think when you finished at SABC, maybe that's a story you can be able to...
Oh, yeah. So when I finished at the SABC, I was like, you know, 2010, you know, we've done amazing work. We delivered the World Cup, you know, I mean, like, where next? And when I left, Joe, I was like, oh, God, I got to leave your account. And she's like, hey, you know what? There's something at TWF. Why don't you just travel with Flair? Why don't you just apply for that? And I was like, yes, maybe I'll think about it. But then I was into my entrepreneurship journey. You know, the word that we use, I like to do my own thing. And then you don't realize how that own thing is so difficult. And Joe didn't tell me that then. And that, yeah, so I mean, with Travel with Flair, you have a great story as well.
Yeah, I think it's probably one of my longest networks that have turned to my best networks. I mean, networks, because, I mean, 30 years on, I still have the same partners. And actually, I was introduced by a friend then, which is, and then 1 hour turned into 4 hours and business was born.
Sure.
But I do believe as well, she is right, you know, you need to be able to have friends that can trust that they can open their networks for you. And however, the problem is that people judge your friends that you're bringing through the door through your own profile.
Sure.
Hey, but
because you're endorsing them.
You're endorsing.
You are
I was about to say, yeah,
them.
That's true.
And that is the scary part of it, because it's so easy for people to say, hey, can you email somebody? Can you give me that contact? Yeah. But I mean, if you do, you are endorsing that person.
Oh, and I've had people who've entered that door. Girl. And they use your networks, girl, and they get inside
and leave you out.
They go and mess up, and the people thought they are like you, and therefore they want to close the door behind you. Or behind them, actually, close you outside.
And close you outside.
So you got to make sure that you have the right people, that you want to be able to network with your people. But ultimately, we have to grow together. For me, that is the one thing.
Yeah.
You know?
You know what I'm thinking about? I'm thinking about just my friendship group. And I believe that I have friends who are motivated, who are going for their dreams and their goals. But there's always that one friend who's a problem.
Hey.
Just maybe not all the time, but khutla, you know, the one you always have to call back and kind of watch out for. How do we handle being successful, goal-driven and doing well, and keeping the circle staying the same when we have one of us who maybe is not there yet, is not getting it, is not stewarding well the opportunities put in front? Do we cut out friends is what I'm asking.
No, you know, for me, I just believe that, you know, people need to be able to be nurtured, and I believe in pigeonholes. I pigeonhole my relationships, I pigeonhole my duties, you know, so you pigeonhole people, and I think that the one that draws the group down, friendships are supposed to inspire. We all must be able to be ignited, our ambitions, you know, and therefore want to be able to grow together and ask me, who has the networks, to say, can you open that door for me? Can you do this? And just not expect always to be asking, and there are those, Shem.
Hey, it's true, you know, but we have those, I think, in our midst, and we really try
we move
tell
them. We move them off the group chat, and they don't even know that.
True, actually. That is a true story. You've left the group, but you don't know you've left the group.
Hi, guys.
Actually, that's
out the group.
Because to exit the people, you must explain.
You must explain.
So we just on this side.
We just crazy. I actually want to stay with Bontlatse. Just for context, for people who don't understand Bontlatse means, it means how direct translation English. Fill me up.
Yeah.
But it's not fill me up. Top me up. Yes, there's the right English. But top me up brings up an interesting conversation about money. And somehow money becomes a difficult conversation in whatever relationship context. Money, speaking it with our parents, our partners, is probably one of the hardest conversations. Why is it important as friends for us to speak about money?
I think wealth is supposed to, they say wealth rubs off each other, but I think it's more how you are able to navigate the trust that you have with each other when it comes to money conversations. I think maybe 20, 25 odd years ago, it was never a conversation we actually had, because it was really about friendships. It was really about the cycle. Where are we going? You know, which party are we going to? And as we got older, it became a deeper conversation. And actually now it's an even more, deeper conversations about planning. I think for us it is actually so easy because we are not, we are not there to judge each other. We talk about discounts, we talk about where we can get things that are more cheaper.
Plug you up for a facial product.
Yeah. You know, I'm going to hook you up. Don't, you know, why are you wasting money on that one? Because you could do, because we are actually able to have these conversations, whether it's clothes, whatever it is. And I think that's the most important thing, is having that conversation.
And I think more importantly, especially in the age that we're in our lives, and I say I'm in my future. What do you say, Chomi?
I'm in my second act.
Thank you.
Love that.
You know, I think there's a lot of financial planning for retirement. I mean, sadly, that's the language one is having. And you need to be able to ensure that all of us are good together. You know, I love to travel, so I want my chomis to come with me. They've come with me on holidays over the festive season, and we need to just make sure that we're good, especially as entrepreneurs. I think a lot of entrepreneurs do not work towards making sure that there is retirement at the end of their entrepreneurial journey. And because everything is put in the business and then you hope you're going to have millions to sit on. No, you need to be able to plan while you are going through your entrepreneurial journey. So we do have those conversations and advise each other and give each other brokers that can be able to help one.
Yeah, and the 50 Plus Club, you have to talk about retirement activities as well.
Oh.
You know, what does that look like? And I think after we turned 50, I think we were starting to have real conversation is what does retirement look like for us? And I think those are the friendships that you keep. It's not about let's go to a party, let's buy some champagne, let's drink for today, and then or let's go for on travel in 3 months' time. It's what's going to happen in another 6 years, 8 years. I mean, earlier on, I was speaking to another mutual friend of ours outside, and it was really the conversation about, 12 years later, what's going to happen? And I think those are the conversations that are so important for us as we get older, women.
Yeah. And we don't actually put each other under pressure. I think that's very important.
Sure.
In this advent of social media, of people looking like they're doing better, you need to be able to have a safe space with your core team.
Yeah.
And I think for me, with the friendships that I've kept close, there's friends and then there's acquaintances. Let's not get it mixed up,
Yes.
right?
It's first
so
tier.
First tier and then Honale Baba.
No, Joe says inside Pagat.
Yeah, inside Pagat. There you are, Tommy, that's right. Let's get it for my friend. Anyway, what I'm trying to be able to say is that you need to be able to have friends that tick different boxes. Everybody brings different strengths to you. So I've got my good vibes friends, I've got my entrepreneurial friends, I've got my health friends. One of them is a longevity doctor, is hooking me up. I shouldn't be able to go and consult. One Tolane, Chomi, I hear this and that. No. What about this product? They're saying that doing this. No, don't touch that. For black skin, is going to do. You understand what I'm saying? And those make the ecosystem move softly and swiftly. And more importantly, the goal just becomes rounded and fabulous.
Yeah, I just want to talk to my friends quickly. Sorry, I interject this conversation. To my friends directly. How come I can't pick up the phone and things work out? And it brings me to this thought. Sometimes you have friends who you love and you care for who can't necessarily hook you up, who don't have a connect for you, who don't have a top you up for you, but you love them. Talk to me about those kind of friendships where we're not even having money conversations. There's life that's happening. How important are those?
We have them, and we have them. And I think the most important thing, even if we have to meet, because we often meet socially as well, and we go out, it is we know, and some of us have the conversation, we know who's not able to at that time. And it's the conversation is we got them. So even we're not talking behind their backs, but we're like, you know what, that one's going to come out with us, but we got them. Even before. So we never make them feel...
3 ways instead of 4 ways.
Yes, split the bill 3 ways instead of 4 ways. And that is what true friendships are. It's that real friendship, because you never know how the tables are going to turn, because those friends are going to got you eventually. And I think, and that's why it's so important for us when we do go out, or even when we travel, it is who's got who. Because we're not always on the same...
I call them my soul protectors and my soul enhancers, you know? Because they genuinely are like the ones that really have got you, in spite of the fact that they, I guess economically cannot be able to do anything. But as I say, as a human being, we are not one thing. We are a wholesome body, and we need boxes ticked. I mean, when I was a young mother, I had a friend that I really trusted with my kids, that I could take my little munchkins and drop them with her. Chom, I'm coming. I have an emergency trip. Well, I can leave you with my kids for 2 days, and I know that my kids will be looked after, and it's a safe space, And you need those in your life. There's other people where you can be able to tell you, well, the other one said, you don't tell me my deepest, darkest. But I mean, really, if there's deepest, darkest, I don't understand that language, but Oksalayo, girl, I am connecting. And you need to be praying with me. You understand? And I'm believing you need those kind of people, because, as human beings, we need our souls to be filled, and they get filled from different experiences and coverings in our lives.
As you guys are speaking, I'm hearing the audience. I don't know. Tracy, I'm going to bring it to you, because I know people are heated in here. All of us are considering our friendships, but a real conversation to be had. A large part of the life we do is with our friends. What are some of those questions that we're getting?
Many good questions coming through, but I'm going to start with this one. How do you handle disagreements in your friendship?
Oh, don't you worry.
We got
this.
We'll steal each other's passports so we know that we're not going without each other.
No, that's true. But I think maybe with one that comes to mind, Chomi, is, you know, everybody goes through life and might not see their blind spot. Eh? So now, don't you worry, I will be... Chomi, there you did not do right.
Yeah.
You know, and you need to be able to feel safe that somebody can be able to tell you and not always be a yes, darling, you are doing your fabulous.
And if you're out of order, I mean, that's what we say, you are out of order. And then we take it from there. We're like, ooh, okay,
nobody
fine.
loses sight. And I think it's also who tells you. Because you know, if that one tells me, I need to do better, you know? And
That's
you
true.
need somebody who can be able to show you your blind spots. And I think with me, especially being a serial employer, people are scared to tell you the truth, ne? So I want people in my life that are not just going to blow flowers in my face. You know what I'm saying? That your
truth.
Friend there, and you should have done this, not that. And
no wrong.
Yeah, we need those.
Okay. Yes, indeed. Do we have any questions from the audience here? Okay, as we get the microphone over there, it's okay, you can take your pick. I think I've got the lady over there. Then I'm going to ask you this one. In the meantime, this is a question that came through saying, I'm listening to what you ladies are saying, and can we talk about the people who say exactly the same things that you are, but they are opportunists? How do you spot the fake?
How do you spot the fake?
How do you spot the fake?
That's that relationship I was telling you of a friend of mine who got into my network. Chomi, I'm telling you, and they get in there and they mess up. You know, you have people in your network that can be able to open doors or do funding and whatever, and you've never asked for one funding. You understand?
Sure.
Then the person gets in there and starts to drink tea about you and wants to close the door at the back, and you wonder, why is so-and-so not picking my phones anymore? You know, but you do get that. But you know what I say? The answer and the noise is always there, but we make excuses for those people, even though you've heard things about them, because of how they are acting in front of you, because they are acting wanting to be able to get what you can be able to offer. Until they get it, then the scorpion comes and stings you.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah. You'll hear somebody saying, and this one is like this. Karen, no, but no. Sweetie pie until then the mask falls and then you're in trouble. So listen to the noise and don't ignore it.
But I think also, to add on that, is at our big age, we can see it a mile away. And we just look at each other.
Teach us how to see.
We see it a mile.
Sometimes it blinds me.
we see it a mile away. And then we look at each other sometimes and we're like actors. And then you just know it. And of course, we try to be gracious about how we deal with them. But you see it a mile away.
Sure.
Yeah. I can understand that. Okay, let's go to the first question on the audience. Over here.
Hi, my name is Kensani. I am an owner of a panel shop. I wanted to know, with regards to starting your own business and having children, getting married all at the same time in your 20s, right? You then start to see friends fall off and you end up not having anyone because you don't have time for anyone. Is there a certain time or a certain point where you realize you can't make friends anymore because like you don't have time because you work the whole day, then you get home, then you have kids, so you don't have time to be there for friends and you don't have time to have friends. And then you start like having your life at work and only at home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
I think there's 24 hours a day. There's always time. And if you look at the 24 hours, you split it into three 8 hours. 8 hours for work, 8 hours for sleep, and 8 hours for yourself. And if you position yourself like that, you will find the time. And on the getting married, get married in your 20s, so then you can get divorced and then just move on with your life.
Tracy! Tracy. Tracy.
Why are you looking?
In the 5 years I have been, and she owes her success, I have never had to do a disclaimer.
Really?
Ladies and gentlemen, the views of our guests are not
Yo, even that hit me in my gut.
But I guess the truth is that make time.
Make time. But, you know, for me, I've found that through the work, you are able to actually cultivate beautiful friendships and relationships, because clients last with you a long time. And most of the time, those that resonates with your values, with your energy, will become your friends. So there cannot never be a time where you cannot be able to make a friend. And I look at you like, as if my daughter was telling me this. You'd be my project. Friendships are low-hanging fruits, man. You know, people are there. You can find people. Two things that are important. Do you have the same values? And do their energy resonate with yours? How are you doing? There's a friendship. One tall on it. How are you doing, darling? Still up, how are you doing?
Another question over there?
Yes, hello.
Out of order.
How's it, everybody? My name is Kate. Quick one. How do you cultivate, maintain a healthy friendship when you work in an industry that tells you constantly there can only be one at a time?
One
Context,
at a time.
I'm a sports journalist, and there's a lot of upcoming young women in my industry. At the same time, it feels like there's not enough space for all of us. There's a big enough space from the outside in, but when you're in there, it feels like there can only be one at a time. So then if you work with these girls who maybe you've known when you guys started out at a time, maybe many years ago, in my case. But it's like as we get to achieve our dreams, like the industry constantly remind us there can only be one it girl at a time. So now, how do you maintain a healthy friendship when one of us can only get into the room?
I don't know about that.
Are you meaning friendships at work? Or just generally in jail?
Because our work creates these spaces where we meet our friends. And like she said, like you're busy. There's no time to meet new people. So Mampo and I work together, and therefore we're going to maintain a friendship. But like the industry will say, no, Mampo is the only one who's working this year. So how do I not become jealous of her and maintain a healthy friendship knowing that she's got my spot, essentially?
I think okay. I think it has to do with inner self.
Yeah.
If you're confident in your inner self, you never have to be the one. I think in our circles, when people were like, it girl, I mean, we all are it girls. You know what I mean? You know.
Love that.
It is never one. It is all of us. Yeah. And I think when you have that mentality of that when you don't have that scarcity mentality, you just end up just being the lover of all. And I think it's never about, it's like a parent. You know, you have 4 children and you don't have a favorite. Okay, I told my dad that I was his favorite on his dying day. Please tell them I was your favorite. But I'm a drama queen as well. But the point is that it's exactly with your friends. You never feel that one is better than you, or you have to also compete with each other. And I think once you work with yourself, with your inner self, your confidence, you never have to feel that. You're okay with her or with somebody else.
And I think you can rewrite your own narrative and your own reality. You know, for me, there's a big world bubble, and there's my perfect little bubble in this world. And I think, you know, a lot of people say, why you are always so happy? Hey, I'm living in my life, not the big world life, because you can get very overwhelmed, you know, and you can be very skeptical and cynic if you try and be able to measure all, and you hear all these theories about, you know, this world, whether it's health, whether it's work, whether it's AI, you can get lost. But if you carve your own world within the bubble and be able to work with your core competencies and the schemes around you, and you try and make sure that your home is at peace, I'm telling you, one day becomes a month is a year, there you are, you stay forever young like me.
And just don't...
And just don't see the world through rose-colored glasses. That is as simple as that.
Yeah.
Everyone, Dumelang. My name is Veronica Mudieleng. I am an entrepreneur. I own a company called Veroma Enterprise. It specializes in event marketing and programming for the creative sector. So I'm currently in a space where I'm growing, and I'm growing globally, and I'm scared of people taking advantage of me because of my network. Because Wednesday, we had T.I. as our guest on our fireside chat. And my Instagram started to be like, and some people that never contacted me in so many years, I asked myself, so how do I protect myself from those kind of people? And the friendships, how would I know that they're real and they're genuine? Thank you.
Okay, cool.
I say pray, girl, for a discerning spirit. That's where you start. But
yes, I really love that question. I'm going to ask you to ask it a little bit shorter because we really want it in. And so just ask it a little bit more concise, and I can't wait to hear what they have to say.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an entrepreneur who's growing. So now I'm getting attention from people, and I'm asking, is it genuine relationships? Because some people who have not contacted me in so many years, they're now popping into
me.
Yes. Like, how are you?
My
let's meet for coffee. I'm like, oh, okay, we haven't spoken in like 4 or 5 years. Why now? So how do I protect myself and make sure that people don't take advantage of me for my network?
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, if I may.
Yes.
So I would say, and I genuinely meant it, by the way, you must pray and have a discerning spirit, because that's where it starts, you know. And more importantly, I think you will be able to have that thing in you. As a woman, everybody has it, whether you've had a child or not. That will tell you, Mo, this one is trying to come through the back door. And also, those are your networks. So you are the only person who can give access and deny access. So you need to be very mindful of who you let in and who you let out. And like I said, people will always judge them through you, according to who you are. And you know that your values are not aligned with theirs. And why should you be able to open your bouquet of networks?
Sure. Ladies, thank you so much for this conversation. Yeah. We appreciate it. This is my, as you leave, I'll meet you backstage. This is my official application to join this friendship. Can we give a round of applause? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. They said I qualify to be an additional it girl. Clap for me now. How amazing was that? All right. If you're watching online and your friend is in the room, they are going to send you a text message in a little bit for us to come together. Well, that's it for the day. We've come to another end of another inspiring and empowering and enriching time together. Tracy, how do you feel?
I feel so inspired. I think the importance of just keeping your eyes open and paying attention to your gut.
Yeah.
I think that's so important. My mom loves saying this. She always says, your first thought is the right one, particularly about people. And then after that, you start making excuses, actually. And I think that's what I heard here right now as well. I think that was quite incredible. How did you feel about the baby balance sheet? What's
I think, as somebody who's in my late 30s, I think, like I said a little bit earlier on, it was probably the first time in a long time where I was in a conversation where children are being discussed, and it's not like, why haven't you had kids yet? It was, think about it, plan. I think that's the big word today. Plan, be conscious and aware of the decisions you're making so that you can back it up correctly, right? So yeah, I'm excited about the future.
Oh, I love the sound of that. I love the sound of that. I also felt like the weight of the crown as well.
Yeah.
Shoo! I mean, also just realizing, and I love that because I've always felt it. And years ago, someone said to me, because I was so worried, I said, how do you know you are being greedy as a woman? Like, because I want more. And she said, no, ambition and greed are two totally different things.
Absolutely.
There's absolutely room for that. And I think we heard that again. Maria said that. you're never done.
You're never
it's
done.
Never finished.
It's never finished.
Because the next thing comes, and the next thing comes. Oh.
I think in that conversation, what stood out for me, and I think a lot of the women in the audience also felt that, it's just this guilt that comes with doing well. And not being able to fully live in it because you're aware of the responsibilities you have. You're aware that you might be the only one. But just finding this beautiful place where you can live in the reality of what you've been able to build, but still be able to fit in with everybody and be okay with that. I think that was a very big one for me. I tried my very best to keep my lashes on in one of the conversations because I was trying so hard not to cry. And that was the conversation of pouring into others without neglecting yourself. And I think that is a real conversation. And to see all these incredible women come and speak and know that they went for the very best and still kept themselves. Yo, let's go.
Let's go. I'm here for it. Let's go.
Let's go.
And again, net worth. I want to say thank you to the friends that I have, my own friends. You spoke to your own friends.
Yeah,
Can
no, I
speak
called
to
them out,
mine
yes,
now?
yes.
The friends who just pitched up at my house on a Saturday morning because they hadn't seen me for 3 weeks.
Come on.
Who, when I get home late on a Thursday evening and it's 11:10 and they are sitting there going, we've been waiting for you. We don't care that you are late. Go get undressed. We are having a conversation now. Sure. We haven't seen you for months. Yeah. The people who make sure that they force themselves in because they knew I needed it. Yeah. And how many of us have those friends that they're like, we know you need it even though you don't look it, but we can see through what you put on social media.
Absolutely.
So a big thank you to them as well. A big thank you to them.
Oh, man. I'm excited. I'm excited for all of us. I'm excited for where our mindset shifts are sitting at today. And hopefully these conversations in the bits and pieces that we've all been able to take are really life-changing conversations. And we say this every year and we mean it. So we want to just ask you to try and apply some of the things you've heard today. And we'll see you next year and we'll talk about it because you will see the change in your life. We've had amazing online viewers. A big shout out to you guys. La love. La understand. La 1 Corinthians 13 is the love that we love you with. It's kind, it's patient, it's everything. But you also are the big winners today.
Oh yes, the prize of a fabulous field bar.
Come on.
That goes to the person who gave us the most thought-provoking. I'm definitely going to be taking that advice on board. And that was the answer to our baby balance sheet competition. Yeah. And the winner is Tando at Tando 346.
She's a winner.
And let me tell you what Tando had to say. She said, financial intelligence, when you know better, you do better.
Yeah. Shout out to Tando. Another field bar goes to Tsakani Matebe for being the fastest fingers first and correctly answering what percentage of South African women use certified financial advisors. And of course, the answer was? 41. And that answer must change. It must be way higher. Congratulations.
Definitely. And then our final competition of the day definitely didn't have a right or wrong answer. The name we drew from all our Queen for a Day entries is Ayanda Mapumulo. Enjoy your field bar too. Now listen, we still have one other prize to give away. We have a prize for the most engaged member of our online audience today. And the winner is Lonwabo Sanku. Congratulations. Please make sure that you send us an email with your contact details to info@momentum-events.co.za and we will get your prizes to you.
Congratulations to everybody who's won here today. I cannot believe we're saying this already. And this brings us to the close of yet another inspiring series of #SheOwnsHerSuccess. A big thank you goes out to all our brilliant speakers, everybody who participated. And as we close, remember, her success has a number, and every woman's journey, the collective story, is all about empowering ourselves and doing better. Thank you for being a part of the movement.
Yes! And may your number not just reflect your success, but peace, growth, and community.
All right, that's it from us. #SheOwnsHerSuccess. Until next time. And wait for it. We celebrated her a little bit earlier on, and she's here to seal it off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back on the She Owns Her Success stage, Zoe Mudiga. Goodbye, everybody.
Wathinta abafazi, wathinta imbokodo. Injala ngithi. Beautiful humans. Before we get this party started, we want to just start with the song that says Sila, Sila, Siphilela le ngoma. It means we're here, we're living for this song, we're living for this healing. So when I say Sila, Sila, Siphilela le ngoma, you say Sila, Sila, Siphilela le ngoma. Sila, Sila, Siphilela le ngoma. You say Sila, Sila, Siphilela le ngoma. One more time. Sila, Sila, Siphilela le ngoma. You say Sila, Sila, Siphilela le ngoma. Okay, queens, let's go get him. And you're welcome to stand. You're welcome to shake your tail feathers and celebrate yourself this afternoon. And be sure to join us outside just after this one. You look amazing, by the way. say? Sila, sila, sipilela lengoma. Princess make her ways outside. Sila, sila, sipilela lengoma. Sila, sila, sipilela lengoma. Hey, where my queens at? Sila, sila, sipilela lengoma. Lengoma.
you.